Alright, so we're going to kick off with our first submitter, which is Colin Jones. And Colin's submission is at number 407. Welcome along, Colin. I think you've been allocated 5 minutes. Right, off you go.
Right, well, I've made a few notes and in addition to my submission, and I thought I'd give councillors some practical examples. First of all, you probably know who I am, Colin Jones, been involved in the real estate industry for over 40 years. I'm the executive member of the Property Council. I've been on the advisory group for the CBD Association up until about 3 years ago. I was on the rating task force in 1999. I manage and administer many hundreds of millions of dollars worth of real estate, and I'm a development manager for the North Mall shopping complex in the northern part of Hamilton, where corner of Ulster Street and Liverpool Street. The rating system and the district plan are actually interlinked, and I'll show you the examples. There's a comment made recently that there's been a market failure on the CBD, and this is a direct result of the council's current rating system. Commercial ratepayers make up 17% of the total value of properties, but pay 34% of the rates. While I was on the task force, the CBD was considered by the City Council as the cash cow, and it was decided to leave the rating system as a land value, as it would have more than doubled the rates for most residential property owners. The district plan is now being used as a tool to fix the rating system. The rates are currently paying approximately $9 a square metre for rates. Now, that's actually from the evidence presented by Tainui's own expert evidences. The CBD, on average, pays an average of $40 a square metre, and this varies from about $100 a square metre in the likes of Garden Place to about $30 a square metre in the fringe part of the city. How can you justify Mitre 10 paying approximately $30,000 a year in rates and Bunnings paying $155,000 a year in rates for almost exactly the same size property? As explained, I'm the development manager of North Mall, and this gives you an example. We're moving Briscoes from their current building into the old warehouse stationery building because we need to upgrade their existing premises. Briscoes also lease premises at the base at about $9 a metre. We're now having to reduce the rent for the warehouse stationery building to compensate Briscoes because the rates at North Mall are significantly more than the base. Just to rub salt in the wound, the City Council's new district plan requires us now to obtain a resource consent to build a 500 square metre warehouse next to warehouse stationery's premises or old premises. So we have to involve a planner, a traffic engineer, and apply for resource consent, which will cost us $4,600. Will take between 2 and 3 months to obtain to get the building consent, and you can't even turn us down. But that's what the new district plan is requiring. The civic video premises of about 300 square metres, we want to split those into 2 shops. We're now having to get a resource consent for that. So I'm just trying to give you an overall view of how the district plan is actually slowing down the city. The IRD is currently looking at relocating out of the CBD. Their 4 preferred options, as I understand it, are staying where they are, the Farmers Trading Company building and 2 premises out at Te Rapa. If they shift to Te Rapa, and if you keep the land value rating system in, their rates will be less than 50% of what they would be if they stayed in the CBD. Bizarrely, if they shift to the City Council, the Farmers Trading Company building, their rates will go up. At the moment, they're $46,000. They'll go to $133,000 under the land value, at least under the capital value rating system. And this is due primarily because the differentials are still going to be left at about 200%. We also have another party that's looking, and they're a private company. They've got over 300 employees. They're in the fringe part of the city. They were looking to go into an industrial area. They can't now go to the industrial area, so they're now looking at either going to Innovation Park, the airport, or out to Horra. Now, if they shift out of the city, that's going to have a detrimental effect, but you can't separate the district plan rules from the rating system, because it's the rating system that has created most of the problems in the CBD.
Right. That's your time up, Colin. I just might check if there are any questions. Thanks very much. A lot of information in that. Very helpful. Any questions? Yes, Dave, question?
Thanks, Colin. You've talked about the cheapness of the rates in the north, around, for instance, Te Rapa and the base, and attributed that to land value system. Are you aware that there's a huge differential out there between properties, for instance, between the base and neighbouring properties on a square meterage because of the valuation rather than the rates?
Yes, I'm fully aware of that, Dave. All I'm saying is that if you go to a capital value rating system, that anomaly would actually be removed.
Removed or reduced?
It would be removed. I objected to Tainui's rates many years ago, or at least their valuation, about 8 years ago, because I couldn't work out why Tainui's rates were so much cheaper than everybody else's, and it's because they put their own infrastructure in, and Quotable Value came back to me and said that the only basis that they could arrive at the valuation for the base was a commercial block of land over at Tauranga.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Colin? Colin, thanks very much for coming along and for presenting that really useful information to us. All right, the next presenter is Christine Toy, who's speaking on behalf of John Gallagher, and that submission number is 469. Good morning, Christine. I think you've been allocated 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Morning, Councillor Gallagher.
And I won't need that much.
Right.
This is, I, John Gallagher, strongly support the capital value rating system. The reasons I support the capital value ratings are, I believe it will be a level of fairness and equity to all property owners. It allows everyone to contribute towards the Hamilton City Council, which then allows the council to carry out their core functions. Multi-storied buildings in the city boundary using more of the council facilities and having a higher value in assets should contribute towards costs. A capital value system will enable this to happen. Multi-storied buildings generally have more people and more activity, so it is an expectation that they should pay more. If there is no dwelling, for example, vacant land, there is little use of council facilities, and this must factor into the rating system. This is also true of residential properties who have a smaller land area and those with smaller homes. This will be fairer for residential ratepayers. From a personal view, I have an interest in both residential and industrial land and buildings ranging from, vacant land to fully built up warehouses, offices in buildings. I am aware that my own rates will increase but will also decrease. I believe the best option and most fairest on all property owners and ratepayers is to ensure that those property owners whose buildings are using the most facilities provided and maintained by council are also paying a fair share for these services. I fully support the councillors to vote to proceed to the capital value rating system. Thank you, John Gallagher.
Right, thank you, Christine. We have a question. Hopefully you're going to be able to answer that. Councillor Mellon.
Hi. Thank you for that. I'm just trying to summarise what I think John was saying. John makes the assumption that in most cases a higher capital value equates to a higher usage of council services. Is that the main thrust of what he's saying?
I think he's relating to some buildings that should be rated higher, should be because they are using more council services.
Yeah, and I think he's saying that the higher the capital value, i.e. if it's 10 stories instead of 5 stories.
That's correct.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
His point is, in the CBD, if you get a hotel that are using a lot of council services and are only paying a land value system, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think we get that.
Thank you.
Excellent.
All right. Thank you, Christine, very much. Right, our next speaker is Graham Heap, and he's from Centre New Zealand Limited. Graham, your submission number is 628 for councillors, and Graham, you have a 30-minute slot. I'm not sure how long you're going to need of that, but bearing in mind that that also allows for question time too.
Thank you.
Now, there's a PowerPoint presentation, is there?
Yes.
Here we go. So, are you? Who are you representing, Graham?
So, Centre Group initially, Westfield Chartwell,
Oh, right.
which is owned by Centre Group.
Right.
And I would like to also say the 120-odd retailers that are within the mall,
Yes.
each of them being affected directly by this. I'm hoping the PowerPoint should only take about 20 minutes.
Right.
So we should have a good time for some question
Okay. Thank you.
time. Let me thank you first of all. It's going to be a long day, I'm sure, for some of you. I really appreciate the effort, and Centre Group appreciates the effort that goes into this kind of planning. I'd like to just introduce myself first so that you're aware of who is talking to you. Name is Graham Heap, obviously. I'm an accountant. I've had some 35 years experience, and nearly half my working life has been with the old Westfield Group, the now Centre Group. I'm the person responsible in the company for the company valuations, and hence directly the rating efforts and allocations that go into some of the things that affect our centres. I was involved with the Manukau City Council when they looked at changing from land value to annual values. Spent a lot of time with them, and last year we managed a $2 million refund from them after our rates dispute, for a long-running rates dispute there. I was involved with Waitakere City Council when they also looked at going from land value to capital value, annual value actually, and they reversed their decision and stayed with land value after our presentation in conjunction with a whole lot of others. I am actively involved at the moment with Auckland City Council because you're aware of the transition that we've gone through from the multiple ratings allocations methodologies that they have used to their capital value now. There is ongoing discussion there, and I'm heartened by their attitudes at the moment. Also would apply to Queensgate and Hutt City. We haven't won an argument there yet, but I'm confident. As I go through the presentation, I would just ask you, please interrupt. I think we've got time, if there's something that needs some clarification.
Graham, just one question about the Auckland situation. My understanding, who determined that Auckland was to go, the super city was to go capital value?
I believe it was the recommendation of government.
But that was legislation,
it was legislated.
Rather than a
rather than
council.
Yeah.
Yes, it was put in the legislation.
Yeah.
Was in the legislation.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Now, in order to progress the slide, do I press the up one, the side one? The side one. Excellent. Let me, just so that you're really aware, and it was in our presentation, currently our rates at Chartwell are a fantastic $316,000 a year. They are looking to increase to nearly 1.6 million, or more than 1.6 million a year, over the next 10 years. In your annual plan, you have also suggested that there's going to be a 3.8% increase in the long term, and that excludes the Waikato Regional Council rates. I want to put Waikato Regional Council in there because I'm going to do a lot of comparison with the Auckland rates, and Auckland has combined now the old Auckland Regional Council, so there is just one rate for Auckland. But I would like to point out that number in 10 years' time goes from 316 to $2.5 million. Because I represent some 120 retailers, and nearly half of those are owner-operator franchise-type operators.
Sorry, Graham, just to be clear, to get the $2.5 million, you're going 1.6 million, compounding 3.8% per annum, plus you're adding in the regional rates as well.
Yeah, regional rates are about $150,000 to $200,000.
And you've got some compounding.
Yes, yeah, they've varied over the years, as has Hamilton City Council.
Thank you.
It goes to that because, obviously, Westfield Chartwell is a highly intensified site, right? And it makes incredible use of its land. It's the 120-odd retailers. There's not for a moment that I believe that most of these retailers will be able to absorb that kind of cost. Now, just to put it in perspective, the blue line here represents, since our farmers' extension in about 2008, the blue line represents the growth in sales over the last 6 years. The red line is the extrapolated line that if we increased our sales to match an increase in growth in costs, the kinds of increase we'd have to be looking at in sales and turnover, being the ability, of course, for companies to be able to pay for increased rates, or increased costs of any nature, of course. Over that period of time, which doesn't reflect the full 10 years that we're looking at, that equates to a $400 million gap over the $100 million at the moment. It's a 5-fold increase directly on the numbers you published. It's a 7-fold increase if we talk going up to the 2.5 million.
Percentage of costs of the overall costs of the rates, though?
We'll get to that. Okay. About 10% of our costs. Yep. So it's a significant number in its own right. Your workshop 2 on the 27th of May made the comment that there is no right answer and it's for the council to determine. And we agree that there is no right answer. I mean, you're allocating costs, there's a whole bunch of subjectivity applied, and when it's all and done, we can only hope that it comes out with a fairly reasonable and a fair result. But I guess in all of this, there can be a wrong answer. And I'm hoping today that what I present to you will show that the straight application of capital value to a shopping centre, it just doesn't give the right result. There are a number of solutions available to you. We don't believe the straight application of capital value is the right result. In your same workshop, you made the comment that council must not act unreasonably. A decision will only be unreasonable if it is irrational or absurd or in defiance of logic, so that the decision is one that no reasonable council would make. Well, I've reviewed the annual plan, I've reviewed the notes, the workshops, and agree you can't make an irrational and absurd decision. My opinion, our opinion in Centre Group would be that to apply it the way that, on a straight basis, the way that it's being touted, would be an irrational and absurd result. It's often thought that the bigger the business is, of course, the more able that it is to absorb additional costs. In fact, Manukau City Council at some stage said to me, well, it's just a rounding in your numbers. It's not just a rounding, and an increase of anything of the size that you're talking about is never just a rounding to our retailers. What I'd just like to point out very quickly is the fact that can malls fail, right? Can big business just simply continue to absorb this? And here are some extreme examples of what's happened in the States over the last 5-7 years, that in fact malls get emptied out and can fail. So it's not just a matter of big business being able to absorb that. I'd like to address the thing here today along 3 lines.
Sorry, can you just tell me those photos, but whereabouts are those photos taken?
Look, yeah, they're in the States.
They're like Detroit or somewhere like that?
Yeah, well, no, I don't. If the website is something like deadmalls.com or emptymalls.com, and there are hundreds of them. It's not just particular sites in like Detroit that has had the
States, are
but all in the United States, yes. Right. All I'm just saying.
So just clarification, in Australasia, where you have interest, are there any of those in Australasia?
I don't know in Australia. In New Zealand, no, obviously we're not at that position yet. No. But as we go through, maybe, it's worth considering the issue. So let's talk along 3 lines. One is the fact that at the moment, commercial properties are allocated 34% of the rates. I I would also like to address the ability to pay, and also then the overall fairness, rationality and absurdness of the outcome. At the moment, whilst Council have provided me with some information regarding the 34%, it is really largely a result of an historical allocation across the board of all of the services that a council are involved with. A large chunk of that is, of course, transport. I would argue with you strongly that those are incredibly subjective judgments, that in fact the allocation of commercial may or may not represent 34% of the costs incurred by council. I could go really harsh and say, you know, like we pay for libraries and swimming pools and stuff, and yet as a business we don't use those things. Now I know that's harsh because there is also a quality of life of our staff and our retailers who enjoy the benefits of those, and therefore we should be, and every business should pay a proportion of it. Whether we should pay the proportion that's been allocated has got to be a good argument. Oops, yeah, let's go. So 34% of businesses, 34% of costs are incurred by business. So at the moment, under land value rating system, it was 2.3 times the residential rate, and under the capital value, it's 1.7 times the rate. Adam?
Graham, do you see that as a positive move, the fact that the differential's reduced?
Not at all, because it's a different basis, that's all. We're still paying 34% of the rates irrespective. Yes, if it's politically, it's probably a good stance because it looks like a good reduction, but in fact it's just an allocation of land value versus capital values, and capital values tend to be higher in commercial values and commercial properties, that's all. So it implies that a business property, which is exactly the same size as a residential property, makes about twice the demand that a residential property makes. And I don't think any of you around this room actually think that's the case. I cannot believe that. Right? You have done your analysis, and I hear quotes commented on dollars per square metre rates. I've included this slide because you did the comparison. I don't believe that a rate in dollar per square metre is a valid comparison in any sense, because it doesn't relate to anything that the business is doing. But what I would like to point out, so the red line, and I'm assuming it's red, and forgive me because I talk to my colleagues at work and I'm colourblind, and sometimes red is green and green's red. However, the line which stretches across the page represents the rates per square metre for each of our shopping centres across our portfolio. The blue line, the average sitting at about $47 a square metre across our portfolio. The bottom circle at the bottom left-hand side represents Chartwell's rates at the moment, including the Waikato Regional Council, at about $15 a square metre. On the face of it, you would say, well, obviously, Hamilton's got it wrong because they're not charging anywhere near enough. Well, actually, we believe that Hamilton Council is probably the only council that has ever got it right, and it's the one city that we would like to see everybody emulate, yeah? And why not? In your comparisons, you compared it with Queensgate, which is the top right-hand side alongside St Luke's. You can compare Hamilton with Hutt City if you could consider that's a good, valid comparison. I don't. I think Hutt City is just out of control with their 0% growth in population. They're just, they've just got it wrong, and we've hammered them on that and continue to do so. I don't believe that you can compare Chartwell directly with St Luke's in any sense. St Luke's has an incredible ability. It's a great performer. Its development potential is huge. The rates there are, they are big compared to the rest of the portfolio. They are affordable because of the way it goes there.
Graham, do those Auckland ones, several of them included in there, include the water rates, because they are included in ours?
Okay, no, they don't include the water rates. The water rates, they wouldn't make a huge difference in that. I mean, yes, they don't include them, but they wouldn't make a significant overall.
They get metered for.
And yes, and yeah, commercial rates, we pay on a metre basis here, and that's not included.
I'm just checking it's an apples with apples comparison.
Yep.
Is it, what data is this? What year is this data?
It's right now. It's what we're paying in 2015. 2014-15 year.
Can you give some Glenfield, which is Auckland capital value?
I'll come to that too, okay? Because, yeah, I used rates per square metre to start with because you did, because that was what your staff members did. I just want to point out the fact that what we're talking about doing is going from $15 a metre to something like $62 a metre, which would be the highest in our portfolio, higher than the average, higher than any of our Auckland centres, higher than Riccarton. So for me, that does not seem fair nor reasonable. We invested our money in Chartwell on the basis that one of the operating costs is the incidence of rates. Yeah? We spent money, we developed the supermarket, the cinemas, the farmers. We have continued to spend money in Chartwell on the basis that it was an attractive investment, and continues to be so at the moment. But if we're looking to increase the rates to some $61 a square metre, I don't know. I guess you'd have to ask yourself, the question is, would it be fair that the rates in Chartwell be 3 times as high as any of the 3 centres across the board? Let's go a little bit further, because obviously...
Sorry, can I just ask, is this going to the $60 per square metre, is that over the 10 years, or is that in the...
yeah, no, it is over the 10 years, of course it is. Yeah.
But just to point there, Newmarket and...
sorry, I'll go back.
Just go back. Newmarket and St Luke's are much higher than the $60.
Oh, yes, they are. Well, not much higher than the $60.
The highest. You said the result of... And you're also comparing the rates in 10 years' time as opposed to the rates now in Newmarket and St Luke's right now?
Yes.
So you've got 2 different time periods in there?
No, not really. Because what you're saying to me is that if we went to it immediately, the rates would be 1 point... I agree with you, yes. What would... But 2.5 million in 10 years' time, and I can't do that comparison because it's theoretical. What you're talking about doing is, yes, progressing to that, in today's dollars, progressing to $1.6 million, $62 a square metre, $61 a square metre.
But isn't your timing for Hamilton in 10 years' time as opposed to Newmarket and St Luke's right now?
We're paying it right now. There's no question about that, no? Yep.
So we're talking of pears in Hamilton and apples in Auckland?
Not at all.
In terms of pricing?
No, yeah, agreed, we're going to get there. The question is if we do nothing, that's where we'll go.
We just do need to be clear here. So this graph you're illustrating based on in 10 years' time, this is what Chartwell would be compared to the other shopping malls as at today, because you don't know what their rates increase.
If all rates increase at the same rate, for example, this graph would be the same. It would be more dollars per square metre across the board for everyone, but it would be the same shape and same layout.
Can I just, Your Worship, can I just get a clarification?
Yeah.
With the figure here, have you also included the 3.8 rate increase?
No. No, this is just 316 to 1.6 million. Oh, it's actually 450 to 1.8 million because it's the Waikato regional council rates in there.
Added both
because of
together.
Auckland. Auckland includes, yes.
Regional council and...
Yeah. Right.
Have you done that with the others?
The Auckland City Council includes all of... and
the other,
Riccarton and Queensgate, yes.
They've got regional council rates, Okay.
So can we just... So rates per square metre, you may argue that that's a valid comparison, but the size of a shop doesn't necessarily imply that it is able to pay or that it's fair. What I did do then is say, let's compare it to rates as a percentage of valuation.
Guys, you can hear you through the...
Sorry.
Go.
Once again, same slope of the graph. Chartwell at the bottom left-hand side with that little circle at the bottom. Once again, you could consider that it's the cheapest across the board, but we know that Hamilton's probably a much better preference to say Queensgate on the right-hand side, which you compared with.
So is this the valuation as at today?
As at our June accounts that we used, yes.
Okay.
Yep, so it's across the board.
But extrapolating out the value of the rates at a 10-year position?
In today's dollars, the 1.6 million, Madam Mayor, is today's dollars. What would happen if you converted to capital value today, right, irrespective of that?
For the full amount, not the incremental over 10 years.
No, well, not incremental, that's dead right.
If you run a multiplier on the movement in commercial property values across that 10-year period and factored that in, or? No. Look, capital, and we'll see, I've got some graphs there in terms of what the values look like over the period of time and how that impacts it. It's simple here, though, that we would simply move from the 0.3% to over 1% of the valuation. That would make it the highest, 67% above our average. So the green line, orange line, that goes straight across at about 0.6. That represents the average across our portfolio. It includes Queensgate. If I had knocked out Queensgate, because I still consider it's not a good comparator, but I left it in there, and so you end up at about 0.6. So it would imply that by the time we got 10 years out, Hamilton's rates would be 67% above our average and would be the highest in our portfolio again. How attractive would that be for us to continue to invest in the city when I can invest in Auckland or in Christchurch and get an overall better result? So that's two ways of looking at it. Let's look at the ability to pay, and that has really got to do with what do our retailers earn, and if our retailers earn good money, then they can pay good rates. So the blue line once again represents on a the percentage of rates to MAT, to moving average turnover, that again you see here that Chartwell, whilst it pays the lowest rates and it's always on the bottom left hand corner, in fact its MAT is also considerably lower. So you can't simply say, well, Chartwell's a big centre and it's comparable to all of the Auckland centres. In fact, this graph shows that it is not. Shows that Queensgate up there, its rates, however, are massive compared to its MAT. The average across the board, the red line at 0.8, this graph would show that the rates compared to MAT would be 68% above average. It would be definitely the highest across the portfolio. Yeah. Again, we could grow this out 10 years, the graph would look the same. If there's an ability to pay and it's based on income, I would suggest to you that maybe Chartwell's not able necessarily to pay more than all of the other centres. If we looked at, St Luke's is up there, but Albany, which is a great performing centre right on the average, the middle there. Once again, of course, we consider that Hamilton got it right. And Hamilton is a much better percentage, a much better proposition overall. Let me just have a look to continue the whole, and I'm sorry about the busyness of that graph, to continue the whole ability to pay. Again, big business said, look, we've got multi-millions of dollars. In fact, Centre Group, Westfield in New Zealand, some $2 billion invested, big money. So, why do we even care about rates? Those graphs over the last 2008 to 2014, last 6 years, the portfolio trend, the dotted line in the middle there, shows that in general we have got decreasing values going. We've had the GFC, we've had multi-billions of dollars invested. The continuation downwards is a reflection that tenants, retailers, are actually paying less rent because they cannot afford it. So if they cannot afford rent, I'm not sure how they can afford to pay rates at the way that you're talking about increasing them. And even if we talk about just increasing it
equally 10% over each year for the next 10 years, next year would represent a 42% increase in rates. I just have to ask the simple financial question that if you were to increase rates, and if we look at Chartwell, which is the second to bottom line there in terms of its value, if you were to increase rates by 5 times, or 7 times if we factor in the 3.8% increase over the next 10 years, which way do you believe that that line in Chartwell would go? Right? And I think it's an easy question, easy answer. In some of the conversations, the work papers that were presented, it was said that CV is better aligned to demand for services. And our argument is, well, but for commercial, I don't believe it applies anywhere near as much. If you've got high-rise residential and you've got multiple people living there and they are making huge demands upon the services of council, yes, I agree, that's got to be much more reflective than a single property, you know, a single dwelling living right next door to it. But in terms of retail and a shopping centre in particular, I don't think that's the case. What we pay for, that our retailers pay for, that if a shop was standalone in the CBD or on a strip, they would not have to pay for it. Council would be paying for it, and that would be rated on it. And therefore we would be rated on it, so there's a double going on. We pay for the cleaning around the area. We pay for our car parking costs, our common area lighting and heating, our security and our gardening. All of those things which in the streets the council pays for directly. Right? We provide an incredibly safe, warm, attractive, a socially enhancing environment for our residents and our customers. Right? But they have free use of the mall during work hours.
Graham, those costs you're talking about now are not affected at all by the change from land to capital, are they?
Sorry, no. They're our costs.
They're your costs, yeah. These are status quo.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's $1 million bucks now that we're paying.
So you're saying, so I'm just trying to tease out what you're saying. You're saying that these costs are not affected by the land value conversion?
No.
And so you're saying that that council doesn't provide those services out there, so when we go from land to value to capital, say we go from land to capital, we're not suddenly charging you for those things.
No. No, the land value to capital value is simply an allocation of the kinds
costs
of securities and gardening and transport and all of those things. Yep. What we're saying is that if our tenants were sitting out on the street, council would be paying for those things, not in our centre. They'd be paying for their own security on the streets, they'd be paying for gardening on the streets, they'd be paying for the lighting down the streets, all of those things, which we pay for because we're a community, right? We're within the community.
27 minutes.
Oh, really? Okay. We'll move on very fast. So, does capital value here represent a good application? We don't believe that it does. So let me just finish, because this will be good. The comments in your annual plan, fantastic, I think, and I've got to commend the council in this respect. Sticking to your financial plan and living within your means is now a very much better financial position than you've been in the past. But we have had some 24% and 14% increases in rates in the last number of years, so it's good to see that it's being managed. At 3.8, still high. Managing the city's books in a responsible and transparent way, fantastic. You're on track for saving over 15 million a year. Again, got to say that's good. But for Westfield Chartwell, the 10-year plan indicates a 3.8% per year for existing ratepayers. The 316 goes to 2.345, excluding Hamilton's Waikato Regional Council. It's an increase of 7 times, or the equivalent of 22% per annum for our retailers and for us. 22% per annum is not affordable by any business anywhere, nor any residential person, I might add. So if you're sitting here and consider that's fair and reasonable, I'm not sure how we'd argue that. I believe I'm a reasonable person, and I cannot see that that's reasonable. So I think we'll leave it there. I appreciate your interaction with that.
Right, Councillor Mallett's got a question for you.
Just real quickly, Graham, that 22% included the 3.8%, didn't it?
Oh, absolutely. If everything goes on.
So if we're just trying to single out the impact
Yes.
of going from land to capital,
Yep.
the 22% would be a little
18%.
18%.
18%, when inflation is what? 1.5%. So 18%
No,
is not acceptable
disagreeing
either.
with your sentiments. I'm just trying to get the figures right.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Any other questions on this? Do you make submissions to other councils to change from capital value to land value?
We haven't ever had to make that. It's never been, in my experience, the way it's been going. It's always been going from land value to capital value.
No, just as a matter of a submission at times of annual budgets and things like that. Do you frequently make those submissions, particularly given the hut situation?
We are always in front of councils for every annual plan. Any time that, especially where there are large differentials involved, yes, land value is an alternative. It may or may not be appropriate. There may be ways of mitigating that, and I'm suggesting that maybe as shopping centres, including the base and including city centre, maybe there's an opportunity to say, look, they are a different animal, they need a special treatment. Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Graham, that was a really good presentation and really helpful with your slides as well, so thank you for taking the time to do those, and we will get the copies of the slides. It was really, really useful the way you presented that. So thank you very much. Thank you for coming. Okay, the next speaker is James Gardner Hopkins, Progressive.
Hello.
Oh, here we go. Hello.
So, well, just to clarify, I'm a partner at Russell & Gray and have been involved in various rating development contribution cases and submissions for the last 10 to 12 years. We are providing advice to Centre as well as Progressive, and I think I'm scheduled to also appear later this afternoon for Fonterra.
Right, okay.
So
we probably should have put them all together for you then.
Well, we'll make the best of it. But what I wanted to do, and I have handed around just a one-page summary that I would like to talk to.
Yes.
And this is...
Is that the one that says core legal issues, is it?
Correct. Yep. And that is specifically for Centre and Progressive. I have some slightly longer submissions to present in respect of Fonterra later today. We've heard a little bit about reasonableness, and that being a particular touchstone for the council decision-making process. Whilst that's correct, I think there is another issue here, and that's better expressed as discharging the council's statutory duties. And as a point of law, there is a distinction between a decision that is unreasonable and a decision that does not fully discharge the relevant statutory criteria. And what I've set out there is one of the key sections. I'm sure that will probably be familiar to most of you. It has been described as a critical filter, and that was in the context of a development contributions case, but the observation and the findings in that case in my submission are also relevant for rating decisions. Couple of things to emphasise. There is a duty on the council to consider in relation to each activity to be funded. And I say that's quite important. So in relation to libraries, in relation to transport, in relation to each of those line items that the council funds, these matters need to be considered. And I say it's not enough just to lump all the council's costs together and try and deal with it in a broad brush way. There needs to be consideration given to each activity. And also consideration given to any identifiable part of the community and individuals or groups, and I've underlined those words. In that section, it refers to things like distribution of benefits, the outcomes to which the activity contributes, sort of the demands, benefits, those sorts of matters, ability to pay is not a specific consideration. It may well be relevant in terms of subsection B that I've listed there, the overall impact of allocation of liability for revenue needs on the community. And in terms of those who can't pay or may struggle paying, that is where the council can take that into account. My paragraph 4, the council has acknowledged in its own documentation that it could have undertaken more analysis. I won't read that all out, but the last paragraph there, given the range of potential options available under this part of the proposal, it is not practicable to create a definitive list. Council awaits community views on the proposal and any other options. And I think that's where Graham sort of left the message with you, that some ratepayers, like shopping centres, do have particular characteristics that put them into a different class. And my submission is they should be considered for a separate category or a separate rating difference. The council hasn't proposed that, hasn't put that on the table, and so it's very difficult to understand what the consequences of that may be, because of course any reduction in rates for part of a sector will have implications for other parts of the sector or other sectors. My points there, 6 and 7, Graham's made it, those points in respect of centre. Progressive, it is worth acknowledging that they do have a number of sites. Some of their sites the rates will increase, some will decrease. And what I've recorded there is the net figure over the 10-year period. Make the point, of course, although the impact on progressive is less than that on centre, this does not mean that the process in coming to a decision as it might affect progressive should be any less robust. I'm very happy to take questions on that. I didn't want to get too much into the detail, but I wanted to set out the key principles.
Yeah, it's very helpful, and your submission also is helpful. Is there any questions on this? Councillor Mallon?
Just a clarification of what you're saying. You're more concerned, I think, about identifying very accurately where each of the council services are being used, and you're suggesting that that should drive who should pay for it.
Yes, and I'm saying that that is a statutory requirement incumbent on the council to do that with a level of detail that I say is not evident in what we've seen so far. And so the council has considered some of those issues in a broader way. And in my submission, it does also come back to the overall allocation between the rating sectors. We've heard the 34% allocated to business. Well, actually, I think there needs to be more work in understanding whether that is the right figure, whether that is the right starting point.
Would you suggest that moving from land to capital, even within the sectors, even if you've got the sectors, does more closely align? I mean, the one-storey house versus the 10-storey house, the one-storey office block versus the 10-storey office block on the same piece of land.
Yep. In many instances, I would accept that it would, but I would say it's not universal, and there are some real fairness and inequality issues where I think the rates extend well beyond what would be a fair recognition of the benefits or demands generated.
It's a cliche, and I think we all agree it is. Is the effort, the move from land to capital, in your view, slightly sharper?
I think.
And given
yes, yeah.
given that we've happily for 30, 40, 50 years had a land value system, and these I assume these challenges have come up, but we've somehow sailed through them. To my way of, the way I'm.
So
one thought is that moving from land to capital is getting us a little tighter, a little more accurate, not perfect in any way means.
Yep. I think the council does have a number of tools available to it. And so whilst rates, you might say they are fairly blunt, you can actually have a policy that is relatively sophisticated and that can address some of these core fairness issues. And that, I think, is what is missing, whether that's within the land value or a capital value system. Some of these additional tools need to be given some further thought.
Thank you.
I just want to follow on from Councillor Mallett so we're clear. So I think I heard you say that the capital value rating system more closely aligns with the use of the service in a general sense than land value.
For a number of activities and uses,
Right.
land uses, I would accept there is a
Does?
greater relationship between
Right.
capital value and council services.
Okay, and then taking that the next step of what you're saying is that there are other mechanisms the council could use to address some of the in the capital value system.
Yes. And capital value, in my submission, there are a number of outliers, and the impact on those outliers are magnified through the capital value system.
Right. Could you just enlighten me on what you think some of those mechanisms might be?
Yes. So I'm primarily talking about two things, and they really could be one and the same. Either a separate rating category for properties of high capital value, or some specific differentials. And it may be that there's a greater level of sophistication in allocating some of the council's costs. So if differentials were applied, for example, to some of the community facilities that reduced the burden on the commercial sector, that might go some way to ameliorating some of the effects that I see in a blunt capital value system.
And are there any other councils you know of that might use that mechanism you've just described?
Yes.
Who would that be?
I would want, if I can, provide that information separately, just so I'm not misleading you.
Right, so that would be helpful if you could, so that we can see where that kind of mechanism has been used. Have a look at that.
I know we have sought it for other clients elsewhere. The one that immediately springs to mind, and the context was different, but the principles, I say, are the same. Both Taupo and Ruapehu district councils, in respect of the hydro generation facilities within their districts. And of course they have
hydropower.
Correct. And they have very high capital values.
Yes, they do.
But a very different demand profile for council services.
True, and essential for our living. Okay, that's fine. I just want to check too that we're right here. That overall of the 8 sites that Progressive have in the city, supermarkets in the city, the net effect of changing from land value to capital value over all of those is an increase of $124,000.
Yes.
Right, I'm just looking at your submission 1.2, clause 1.2.
Yes.
Could you just, going down the list there, who goes up or down? Could you just tell me?
I do have that information, but not right in front of me. I wouldn't like to say definitively right now, but I can provide that information as well.
If you could,
clearly,
be right, that would be helpful, because we have had a number of people saying about specific areas of the city and how a change might impact on them. I'm interested to see what it's done for your supermarkets.
Yes, we have a table that we did for our own purposes that I can easily
get that
provide.
Today, that would be really good. Any other questions? No? Okay, look, thanks very much.
Thank you for your
and we'll
time.
see you a little bit later on.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, the next speaker is Samantha O'Connor, submission 609 from Anglesey Medical Properties. Good morning, how are you?
Good, thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, so now I think we've allocated 5 minutes.
Yes,
So
you've been
Roger,
very
you
generous.
speaking on that, or Samantha?
So I actually have some written submissions. if
Right,
that would be
we'll
handy.
get those handed out.
Good morning, councillors and your worship. This is a very site-specific submission. My name's Roger Clark and I have with me Sam O'Connor, and we're speaking on behalf of the directors of Anglesey Medical Properties Limited, and I know you're all familiar with that site, which is from Knox Street through to Tristram. So the company owns and manages properties, which is a major medical complex that is located between Tristram Street and Knox Street. And you've got to realise there are two major building developments. One is the Knox Street, and then of course you've got the other three main complexes on the other side. The properties have a value of 50 million in the City Living and Ferrybank precincts. This impact of the proposed change from land value to a capital rating system will have a major impact on the company. What the council isn't actually observing is the actual running costs of this operation, and having heard some of the previous submissions, there's significant debt loading on this facility, and any increase which is going to be in the range of what is now being proposed in this rating proposal is going to have a major impact on the operation of the company. The Anglesey Medical Complex is unique in New Zealand, offering over 13,000 square metres of predominantly medical tenancies. Not only does it service the city, but it also provides facilities and services for many central North Island residents who attend specialist tenants such as the PET, CT, Fertility Associates, A&E and Path Lab. Any of these people require overnight accommodation. And just so that the council is aware, the PET facility that we've got there is the leading edge in New Zealand, and there's probably not, if the South Island was lucky, would even just have one of those. Some 42 associated businesses also inhabit the complex, including the recently constructed Anglesey Hospital, Knox Street, with 4 world-class operating theatres. And again, just briefly, they're on the very bottom floor, and when you go into those theatres, you're actually almost entering what would appear a space-age facility. But having said that, there are the other floors above that tenancy, which have yet to be developed. The directors have spent considerable sums making sure that that building meets the highest of the earthquake requirements. The cost of that redevelopment is something that is now going to have to be faced. That's for the next 2 to 3 stories or levels. To undertake that and have this type of rating system imposed on top of that is almost making this an impossible dream to realise. Some of the 42 associated businesses also inhabit the complex, including the Knox Street, which I've covered. The proposed change to a capital rating system would see rates increase on the Anglesey Clinic property by 48.85%. That is from 237,000 to 462,000. The impact of this can only be detrimental, particularly when combined with the recent changes to the district plan, making medical tenancies over 250 square metres a restricted discretionary activity. As with any business, rates need to be on charge to tenants, being operating expenses. The tenant costs will increase exponentially and may well cause many to seek alternative locations. And this is one of these things that we're just facing now as a board. We're looking at the Knox Street redevelopment, how we can deal with that. And as I mentioned, there's bank loading facilities, and now we've got this further, basically unexpected cost, which frankly at the moment just can't be factored in. Anglesey Medical Properties Limited is continually reviewing its operations to ensure that it continues to provide the most up-to-date facilities. Any proposed change from land value to capital value rating system will seriously impact on the present operations, but also on the future planning for the medical complex. And that's my 5-minute submission, ma'am.
Right, any questions, Councillor O'Leary?
Thank you for your submission. The $462,000 figure there, is that the whole proposal, or is that the first year? Is that the 10 years you've put into that one? So that's the 10 years. So okay. And the 48% is over the 10 years as well. Okay, thanks.
What portion of your operating costs are allocated for rates?
Off the top of my head.
Right. And how many tenants do you actually have in the 13,000 square metres?
Got 46.
46 tenants? Okay. All right. Okay, any other questions, anyone? Yes, Councillor Gallagher.
So I've got it right. I mean, obviously there's a whole complex. Can you just clarify for me the land? Like, it's the bit which, of course, is on the corner. Does that go off into Tristram Street as well? The whole.
There's the John Sullivan House, the Simmons House. Then you've got the Anglesey, I suppose you said the A&E, if you want to use that expression.
Yeah.
Then just to the left of it, which includes the pharmacy and
so it's the whole, and
the whole
so
thing.
at
and
the
across
moment,
the road is Knox.
across all of that site, it's 237,000 rates, and 45. At current 45 tenants, and I realise there'll be an unders and overs in terms of but if we divided roughly 237 by 45. That would give us an average per tenant. I mean, I know that will be totally different depending on.
It could be different floor space, Councillor Gallagher.
Can you? There are other models around New Zealand, though, aren't there, of these kind of medical? It's an excellent medical centre, obviously, but of these kind of centres.
There are, but you've also got to remember it's a very competitive industry now, and you might care to go and visit Tauranga and look at the proposals that could be going there. And in my submission, it would be a tragedy for that to be seen as a preferred location to the Waikato.
Do you honestly think, given the location of our base hospital, tertiary teaching hospital, if people had a choice to locate in Hamilton, given our population and all of those dynamics that Tauranga would be, is that really an apples with apples comparison? If you're a specialist and you're looking at where you'd locate?
Well, the reality is, of course, this is now a business, and we're not talking about a government-funded type of exercise. If you say we've got a teaching hospital, we all know that, but we've also got a raft now of private hospitals springing up in many, many locations. We're fortunate that the teaching hospital is there, and we believe as a board we've maximised every opportunity to complement that. And there is quite an arrangement, because some of the machinery we've got is actually a little probably more sophisticated than the hospital, and that's not a criticism of the hospital, it's the reality of it.
You're talking about partnership, and then, Thank you.
What's the capital value of your land?
I would have to look that up. I'm sorry, I don't.
Okay, do you know the land value? No? Okay.
Didn't you say 50 million at one stage?
Sorry, yes.
Yeah.
Latest valuation.
Is that the capital?
That's the combined thing.
Okay, thanks.
36 million at Anglesey.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next speaker, just prior to the morning tea break, is Greg Wills from Kiwi Income Property. And that submission is at 622. Welcome along, Greg.
Morning.
We've allocated a bit of extra time for you.
I don't think I'll need it. Thank you anyway, but thank you
Cup
for the
of tea's
opportunity.
at 10:30.
Sounds good.
That might be
that's right. We'll be well in
bookend.
before that.
Good on you.
Interest starts to wane about then.
I'm sure it does. So good morning, Your Worship and councillors. Thank you for giving Kiwi the opportunity. We always relish these situations and certainly enjoy presenting verbally along supporting our written submissions. Apologies just firstly from Carl Retief. Carl's out, for those of you that know him, Carl's our National Retail Portfolio Manager. He was supposed to be doing the presentation today, but unfortunately is not able to attend, so you have my presence. So just to clarify, Kiwi Income Property Trust owns Centre Place Shopping Centre here in the CBD, and also some of the other peripheral properties just in and around the site. Centre Place is actually quite a convoluted property. It actually encompasses 7 rateable properties, so the information that you've actually been probably provided in your rating review documentation over the last couple of months is actually just a sample of one of our rateable sites. We view the shopping centre currently, combining all of those combined sites, as having rates of 550,000, and under the proposed scheme, moving it to capital value, it will be increasing to just over 1.3 million. So an increase of $762,000 or 139%. This is an unreasonable cost. And as
So, Greg, could you give us the capital value rating figure?
what's
Could you repeat the capital value rating figure?
It's 1.312 million.
Thank you.
And that's for the full 10 years. That's not on the
Correct.
incremental.
Yeah. Correct.
Mhm.
Yes.
Mhm.
So as mentioned, this is certainly an unreasonable cost, and as you've heard from the likes of the Westfield Party and earlier, it does place a massive burden on all our retailers and ourselves as well. Over the past 4 years, as you know, Kiwis invested close to $60 million into the CBD, culminating in our redevelopment, and obviously its opening last year in October 13. Our investment analysis or our feasibility is based on a long-term return. However, it's no secret that in the first few years, and you can refer to our annual report if you like, that the returns that we're receiving are certainly not what a normal commercial investor would be looking to expect. If rates were capital value at the time, this would have had a significant impact on our decision-making process. As heard earlier, the majority of our rates are passed on to our tenants, and this is a burden for them. On average, this is going to be adding $30 per square metre onto the gross rents that our tenants pay. We also question not just our tenants, but whether the local market is able to sustain these sorts of increases. Our retailers have gone through hardship over the last 7 to 8 years, and I could certainly start talking obviously about district plans and all sorts of things, but I don't think that's perhaps the time now. We've all been there, but it's a kick in the teeth, really is, for our retailers within shopping centres. It should also be noted, and it has been mentioned earlier obviously, that this doesn't include the 3.8% annual increases. If we were to take those 3.8% increases in the LTB over the next 10 years, that compounded effect adds a further 45% onto the cost of our rates. Centre Place is the heart of the CBD. We have over 5 million plus pedestrians through the centre each year, and that is still growing. We provide a public space for all, and you could argue that it's superior to anything within the CBD. Again, we also provide a lot of our own services. We provide security, we provide a safe environment for the public and for families. We provide all of our own cleaning, including that outside of our own property boundary. We take care of all of our waste removal. We provide parking at no cost to ratepayers. And we also pay separate commercial charges for both water and wastewater. We also provide in excess of 500 jobs to the local market as well, within Centreplay, being ourselves and the retailers. We've stated many times in the past also, in past submissions, the Shand report recommendations that I'm sure you're all aware of, and that was obviously to remove differentials that are not equitable, are punitive and unfair. We do encourage Council to again consider this to create a fairer system, more so now than ever, with a move to capital value. To ask the commercial sector to pay a proposed differential of 1.7 is unfair, and again we have raised this over past years, but as yet are still to receive satisfactory answers. It's purely a source for Council to increase revenue. The split on rates collections between residential and commercial, with commercial paying 34%, for us it appears to be more a thumbsuck than anything. We understand the split is not being reviewed as part of the process, but obviously it's included within that submission document. Again, we've not received any satisfactory information as to why these percentages in conjunction with capital value system. And we ask Council to again consider these splits based on fairness, which we do not believe it is. I'll just note also on our written report, I think under point 4.1 there was just a small error there. The residential and commercial splits were just noted around the wrong way. So look, just briefly in summary, Kiwi, we'd be requesting that, we're willing to pay our fair share of rates, but we certainly feel like we are being penalised with loaded rates for having obviously a high capital value with a lot of infrastructure. We don't want to discourage development and investment of property of a capital nature within the CBD, and we'd therefore be proposing another rating category is created for large retail and associated commercial activities. Also consider implementing a rates rebate to support businesses investing within the CBD, to change and actually do away with differentials, and also to remove the split between residential and commercial in regards to the rating collection. I mean, isn't that what the capital value basis is all about, to create a fairer system? Thanks for your time.
Right, questions, Councillor Mallard?
Thank you, Greg. I just want to separate the actual quantum versus the system. If this was a proposal to move from capital value back to land value, and your rates under capital value were 550,000 going to 1.3 under land value, I assume you'd be protesting that as well.
Look, there's no differentials involved?
And, well, with all other things being equal.
Yeah, all other things being equal. Look, I guess in terms of the dollars, we just want it to be a fair system. Yeah. That's all we're asking for. Look, that may mean an increase, but I mean, you know, the economic times have been hard for the retailers, and I must say, like Westfield do, we are representing 110 retailers here as well in the CBD. We just want to pay our fair share and give our guys a fair crack at it.
Thank you, Greg.
Go, Councillor Pascoe, then Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, thanks. Just wanted to clarify, the 1.3 million that you quoted as being the rates in 10 years' time,
yes,
that includes GST?
That's come straight provided by council, so it may well include the GST.
Will include GST, yes. Yeah. So in effect, the retailers will be able, or
correct,
there will be a 15% reduction in that in terms of the ability.
Right, Councillor Gallagher.
Obviously other centres around the country that you invest in, based on capital value. In fact, the majority of local authorities in New Zealand are now on capital value.
Yeah.
In terms of the sort of mix of application of differentials, is there an ideal sort of centre where you invest in terms of where you think the model works?
No. I mean, it's a difficult one. It's really hard. I mean, I know obviously we try and we benchmark as we can across the country with various rates, but there's so much more involved other than just rating. I mean, I'm here battling obviously affordability for our retailers, and when we take into other things like the cleaning, like the security, and you've seen some of the examples that Westfields have put up in terms of those substantial costs. It is difficult, so I wouldn't say there's an exact model, no, not at all.
But the majority of your, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, I'm just trying to tease some comparison, and I acknowledge absolutely the positive investment, absolutely. But around New Zealand, the majority of your sites would be capital value, wouldn't they?
Yes, they are. That's right. This is the only one left on land value.
And I guess what I'm asking here is, do you have any observations as to the viability, of those centres in a capital value environment?
Well, look, I mean, I guess the best one to probably look at for us is Sylvia Park. Now, I mean, I know the rates in there, I think, are 3.2 million.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously a much larger centre, but also a much larger catchment. And we can't compare with that, but that's a model that does work for us, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
Greg, you have a mall in Palmerston North?
Yes, we do.
Right, that's on capital value rating?
Yes.
What sort of rates do you pay down there?
I couldn't tell you offhand. I'm sorry, Julie. I'd have to look at that one and find out for you.
And you've recently done a reinvestment down there as well in the mall?
They did one back in 2010.
Yes.
They did a redevelopment of that centre, yes.
And how many millions were spent there?
95.
95 million in Palmerston North for redevelopment, and they have been capital value rated for some time?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Just picking up, I guess, comments made earlier by Westfield, just about this, a separate category is what I'm hearing for large retail category or different sort of rating category. Just want to expand that out a bit. Have you got an example of where that might already be in place?
No, look, I don't. But I think, as mentioned earlier as well, I mean, to me it almost seems like a disinvestment for investing, in terms of the 60 million here, and that's not including also what our tenants have also done in terms of fit outs, if not more, by our tenants as well. So it's the service that we also provide. I mean, we have a public space. As I said, we provide services. Probably the only ones who probably get excited about public toilets are shopping centres, but we pride ourselves in terms of those sorts of services that we do provide.
Yeah.
And yeah, I would question if there's anything better within the CBD area in Hamilton. I mean, those sorts of things are all public services that when they are there to serve the public. We certainly feel that there is merit in terms of looking at that sort of thing in and around the rating.
So has Kiwi advocated for that in other places where it has malls to councils with that sort of setup? Do you know?
Offhand, I don't, Julie. I would have to check with Kiwi on that and provide you that information. I don't want to go speaking out of turn.
Okay, it would be helpful if you did. And also, has Kiwi been advocating to other councils around New Zealand where it has malls to change from capital value to land value?
No.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, anyone? No? Thank you, Greg, for your submission. For your written one's been really helpful as well. And for your succinctness, because it's early time for a cup of tea, so thank you for that.
Okay.
So, councillors, we've got a cup of tea now, and actually I'm just wondering, councillors, we do have time for a person who is due to be after morning tea is here. What about if we take Brian Milicic now? 5 minutes. Look, Brian, we'll take you now if that's all right, because I know you have been sitting there for some time.
That's fine. I'll be very, very brief.
So it's submission 318. Floor is yours, Brian.
Your Worship, councillors, look, I've lived in the city here for the last 16 years and seen the change to the whole thing. Went through a few specified departures when I was younger, and my rating structure, as soon as I opened the business, there was a change of use. I finished up going up about 500% on each one. It didn't worry me. I knew what I was getting into. I realised I've got my own business. A lot of people would start crying afterwards. Everyone should be paying their fair share of rates. Now, I'm 100% behind the council on what they have submitted, totally professional, and all I can say is about time that it was put through in front of everyone. This issue has come up every few years at a hectic cost, and the reality is everyone should be paying their fair share. And basically, I think I've come here because I'm overpaying by 440% and should get a reduction. But anyway, I just want to say I appreciate what the council's done and in doing, and capital value must be the option that is chosen.
Right. So I think Councillor Mallett, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Brian. I assume when you're saying fair share, you're saying that because you believe... Sorry, I assume you're supporting capital value because you assume that that is a fairer way of paying, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but would I be correct in saying that you, by fairer, you mean more closely aligns to the likely services that a particular property will consume of the council services is more accurately reflected in a capital value system rather than a land value system?
Definitely.
Thank you.
Definitely.
So, Brian, you've been a business person in the city for a long, long time, and you've been sitting there listening to some of the submissions. A theme that's coming through is that capital value would be unfair for businesses, particularly those in the malls. What do you have any comments to make about that?
Well, if you take an individual business and say there's 40 of them in a mall and distribute that amongst them each, I still think capital value is the fairest. Most definitely. Currently, they're at an unfair advantage to say the whole CBD is basically, and not just them, I have a house in the suburbs and the rates will go up under CV. But a few years back, when I was comparing rates with Hamilton land value and capital value in Auckland, with a view of the ocean compared to one on the river, same land value, same capital value, the rates in Auckland and Wairangi Bay were about 3,500, here 7,500. Here we're on land value, they're on capital value. Mm-hmm. They have to pay their water and rubbish collection. So how do you compare these? I think what the council has done on this last submission is the fairest of the lot, and that should go ahead as it is.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other questions?
Sorry, just one other.
Yes.
You said bring it on effectively. We've got a 10-year mitigate, like we're trying to, if we do go ahead,
yes,
we put some degree of mitigation in terms of spreading it out over 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
What's your point on that? You'd like it quicker, huh?
No, I think that's, I think logically, really speaking, there's ways of viewing it is, are the people there just for their own interests, or do they have to take into account the interest of the whole city, like the councillors here, worry about the whole city? I think that new developments that come in should have a change of use clause, that once they become commercial, the rates are totally commercial, rather than this lower rates for some who are out in the suburban areas or developing other ones, and until the whole capital value comes in. Until
the 10 years is up, you mean, or
yes,
because we
yes. I think the impact. I mean, I'll benefit from it, without a doubt. But I think the impact on everyone would be too great to bring it in sooner. I think that is a logical, fair way of going about it.
Okay. Thank you very much, Brian, for coming along and for your submission.
Okay,
much appreciated. And thank you for coming earlier so that we can...
No, that's all right.
Right, councillors, we're adjourned now to morning tea, and we are back at 11:45. So the next speaker is Robert Poirier. I hope I've got that right. It's submission number 118, councillors. Hello, Robert. How are you today?
Fine, thank you.
Good. You've got 5 minutes allocated.
Yep. I'd like to thank the Mayor and Council for this opportunity. You can tell I'm not from here. I'm from a faraway land.
Scottish.
And I know that some of the people in the gallery haven't, they don't have my submission, so I'll just go through it. In my submission, I said, I'm well aware of the hidden long-term cost to residents behind implementing such a system, about which Hamilton City Council needs to be more transparent in their disclosure and not just the short-term propaganda as outlined in the recent proposal leaflets to households. Having come from a country where the capital value rating system is in place, I've experienced these costs and have witnessed some of its adverse consequences, primarily its contribution to the creation and perpetuation of city slums and homelessness. This is especially so among rental properties, as absentee landlords have no incentive to invest in their upkeep of their rentals, which eventually become uninhabitable over the long term and available for cheap sale to property developers to exploit. With recent events, we are coming to see that many of these offshore property developers are offshore property developers. Due to the large number of rental properties interspersed among owned properties in Hamilton, this proposal of a change to the capital value rate system will only discourage any improvements made to rental properties, resulting in more potentially run-down neighborhoods. This proposal does not encourage first-time buyers to enter the housing market, as they usually must buy cheaper houses, i.e. rental properties, to do up. The ability to upgrade and improve one's property should not just be a privilege of the rich. Over time, long-term property owners on fixed incomes will no longer be able to afford to maintain their properties. Hamilton City Council will come to expend valuable time and energy trying to find solutions to the growing slums and increase crime in the city. If it supposedly makes no difference to the amount of revenue collected, then why is Hamilton City Council proposing this change? Essentially, the capital value rate system is in accord with Agenda 21 principles, which will allow the rich, including large property developers, to be the only group who can afford both the costs of home improvements and corresponding increasing rates. It is a system which further divides the rich from the working poor and can further create a society where New Zealand residents can easily become tenants in their own country. I need to let you know that I am a property owner in Hamilton. I'm not a landlord or anything like that. I did attend the Chapel Hill session that was held at the church, and I didn't have any questions at that time, but I might have a question or two this time. There needs to be a full grasp by City Council of the long-term consequences as a result of any proposed changes prior to implementation. It's not enough to just copy another system in place without seeing the bigger picture. And I might add that many places in North America that have the capital value system, that's where they have, it's not a socialist, it's a capitalist system. So I'm just stating that this system that you're proposing is like trying to put a square peg into a round hole, from what I can see. Hamilton is a fast-growing city, and what tends to attract people to the city are the current systems and services that are in place. And I might add, it's a very beautiful city. I'm very happy to be here. As inflation continues, I can understand the need for City Council to look for new ways of attracting more income to the city's budget. Chief Financial Officer Richard Briggs' statement in the August 16th Hamilton Press that a change of capital value would not result in more revenue collected by council is only accurate in the short term, but absolutely not in the long term, as Hamilton City residents need to understand this. I understand that City Council needs to be more, I suggest that City Council needs to be more frugal with its spending and look at streamlining whenever possible, rather than binding its residents to a system that will eventually create profound inequities. And one of the ladies that had spoken at the Chapel Hill session stated that she and her husband had worked many years to get their property, and their children had moved away, and now they're at a point where they're past retirement age and they still have to work just to maintain the upkeep and the increase in the taxes where they live. I believe it's Rototuna somewhere. So those sorts of situations, I believe there's going to be properties that people are just not going to be able to maintain over the long term because once the system's implemented.
Okay, thank you, Robert. Now, I'll just see if there's some questions. Councillor Mallard.
Thanks, Robert. Thank you, Robert. A couple of things I think came through in your submission. First of all, you talked about the ability to pay. Mm-hmm. Is it because there are a number of objectives, I guess, when you set a rating system. One is just to collect the dough, however we can do it. Mm-hmm. And the other is how do you target where you get the money from? Should it be targeted at people's ability to pay, or should it be targeted to the people who are driving the costs should be paying the rates? Where do you sit on that spectrum? Because you talked about people not being able to pay their rates and inability, and you talked about renters and whatnot.
Yeah, I would say people's ability to pay for it. When you consider that there are people living in the city that have long lived in, that might be widows living on fixed incomes, and are no longer able to pay. They might be living along River Road somewhere in some house that they've had for years and raised their children in, and suddenly they find themselves where they are not able to, and will be under scrutiny whenever they propose to do some kind of upkeep to their property, because it might be an older property back from the 1930s or 40s or whatever. So that person would not be able to pay any kind of proposed increase.
Even if the upgrade was, say, and I'm going to give an extreme example, putting in a swimming pool, whereby that property now was now obviously generate a great deal more cost because these because residential people aren't water metered, so consequently all the water that's used in there would come for free in effect under a land value system.
And I believe that would,
and this
those measures are currently in place. If somebody wants to put in a swimming pool, then they'd have to get the permits and things like that, from what I understand.
I don't know if you do have
It would be a luxury. That would be like a luxury thing. I'm just talking about the upkeep. Somebody, like if I went to the home show that's coming up, and I went to the booths, and they said that I could install like something like a skylight or something to collect rainwater, or to install a greenhouse, any other number of things that might be for sale. Put on solar panels, maybe something like that, you know, to sort of reduce costs. Are those sort of sustainable development type things? Would those come under scrutiny of the city if somebody was trying to better their property and to make things cheaper for themselves?
So your concern is that, so I think if I can just clarify what you're saying there, you're concerned that people will be disincentivised to improve their properties.
I agree, yeah.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you.
Okay, thank you. Gallagher?
Of course, the other side of that, the elderly lady who lives in River Road with the old house, fruit trees, her rates actually could be going down on this model.
But in the future, if she were to, in the...
So I mean,
We
they're
don't
going to
have
be
any
winners. They're sort of the winners are the people who live in the elderly who live in Frankton with the fibre live house. So they go down. You know, if you look at the, I'm just putting it out there. There are losers and winners, absolutely.
Yeah. Then you have people who live in older, or people who are renting older homes to other people, who will have little or no incentive. I mean, currently they don't. From what I've seen, they don't keep their properties up that well. I mean, I'm not going to lump all landlords together, because you've got some really good ones, you've got some ones that are just really awful.
You talked of North America, but do you have observations, given the fact that in New Zealand, now the majority of local authorities are capital value?
Yeah.
Do you have any sort of examples, you know, because the key thing you've said about capital value is a disincentive to develop areas. Any sort of perhaps examples you think we should be looking at where the capital value rating system has actually led to those negative impacts? Do you see what I'm getting at? Because I think...
I've lived in many places over North America, I'll tell you that.
But in the New Zealand context, the majority of New Zealand now is on capital value.
No.
Okay, thank you.
Deputy Mayor. Thanks. Robert, can I just understand your personal situation with the property you own at Fairview Downs? Will the rates under capital value go up or down, and by how much?
Up. Not by very much.
Okay.
Yeah.
$20, $50?
Something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Robert, for coming along and making a submission.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
All right, thank you. Right, our next submitter, submission number 515. Now, I'm going to need some assistance with pronouncing your name. Rajan, I think, but I'm hoping that I've got that right.
Thank you for giving this opportunity. Although I have been here for 40 years,
Good on you.
I still have my accent. Hope you overlook that. Listen to what I have to say. I put the Hamilton green on this light green color. My point is, okay, we are looking for a just system or more just system than what we have at the moment, but as I see it, it's no better than the land value-based system because this one I already put in the submission, and you would have seen that graph. See how you get an exponential function. It's not an even distribution based on capital value. If you want to go based on capital value, you need a correction factor. So either covariance or correction factor so that we will have equitable distribution of rates. And the city council, we received a flyer which says, okay, bigger the house, greater the rates. That's good. But what it was not totally clear is the same house, if it's located in a newer location, because it's a new house, we end up paying more. I don't think that's a fair. Either you go based on land value, or if you are going this way, you need a correction. I want to put the point, the service provided by the City Council is the same for both properties, whether it's in Hamilton East, Old House, or in Rotatuna, New House. Why new homeowners pay more and be penalized because they built a house? It does not stand to reason. An assumption often circulated, I have heard this before, the residents with the newer homes are rich and therefore can afford to pay. This statement is not well conceived in my opinion, because not all residents who buy a new house are rich. Actually, some folks with great determination practice frugality and save over a period of decades. I know a good many of them. My neighbors, they are on pension like myself. And when they put out something, they even, a lot of times I see them putting one bag, not even 2 bags for rubbish collection. The other one important, as I see it, the amount we pay for a service is not a function of one's financial status. In that case, I think you guys should be paying a lot more than I do, because my income is maybe 1/3 or less than you are getting. If I hire Greenfinger, he would ask me the same amount of money, whether the other fellow is richer or poorer, he will pay the same money too. So the current system, capital-based, is not that great than the land-based at the moment. That's how I see. One option now, this one also has problem. It would need corrections factors again to consider based on built floor area. Now somebody questioned about, I think Gary Mallet, Councillor Mallet, swimming pool. Your final rating system may not end up or should not end up very simple, but it should have additional factors like a polynomial or something so that these factors are built in. I'm sure there is enough expertise to do something like that. This will be straightforward, I think, and the council may attract pleasant approval from the other ratepayers. So much for it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for that PowerPoint presentation. Very clear. Councillor Mallet?
Call me Raj. That's easier. Easy for you and easy for me too. Yeah.
What's that?
Raj.
Oh, Raj. Oh, sorry. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks, thank you, Raj.
Right.
So what was your question, Councillor
Yeah,
Mallet?
cool. Do you think that the rates a property pays should bear any relationship to the services that property draws on, the council services that property uses?
I would think so, except I don't know how complicated it would be. I don't have that kind of knowledge. But to be fair, that would be so. Because the more I use it, but it gets very complicated, I realize it.
And it's widely, sorry, Raj, it's widely acknowledged that any property value system for rating is a quote-unquote blunt tool, so it's not accurate. But do you think that the land value or the capital value of a property would more closely relate to the cost of this council services that a property uses?
I would think land value, for the reason, I know you may have a land and you may not have a house. You still end up paying a rate. But I don't know what proportion of the ratepayers in that category. My point is, it's not a very simple answer I can give you. Okay. But any rating system you have to have some additional correction factors going with it. You can't just go, okay, capital value, land value. Okay, you go capital value, I have already shown you. Same house in Hillcrest or Hamilton East, and the same house in Rotatuna. My neighbors, they are on pension, they are minimum pay, and they have to pay more
Okay. Raj, the proposal we have out has at least one correction factor in it. It transitions the change from land to capital over 10 years.
That's not a correction factor. That's a cumulative one. You end up paying more and more. You start with a bigger base and the person keep going. I think your correction factor with capital value, it has to be something more than that. I don't know how you would arrive. I have to put more thought if you ask me. A mathematician would be able to do that. You know, how to compensate, put a covariance between a new house and the old house. If you have a 3-bedroom house there and 3-bedroom house there, how do you go? There must be some correction factor you can do. I mean, in the graph I showed you, you know, why it's so steep. Takes a while.
Have you got a question, Deputy Mayor?
Yeah. You see, that graph, if it goes, instead of exponential, instead of, you know, going so steep, if it can be flattened, that would be a good correction factor. Because you are distributing the rates to more people, more residents, then the ones at the peak paying more. You see, the land value as a percentage of capital value, when it goes from, let's say, 50 to 40, the increase in rate is 15%. But you go another 5 units here, 40 to 35, and here also paying 15% more. I mean, that's not fair.
So the Deputy Mayor's got a question.
Yes, thanks, Dr. Rajan. Just a couple of points. I probably don't agree with you about depending on the age of the house. A new house can be worth a lot less than an old house. It's the value of the house. That's the issue. But in your final point, one option is to give consideration to a rating system based on the built floor area.
Yeah.
That is about the value of the house, because the bigger the house, the more it's worth. So it seems to me that you are supporting capital value. You talked about a formula, but I just wondered if you could tell me a little bit more about that, because a bigger house is worth more, and therefore people will pay more under capital value. Under land value, the bigger house pays the same as the smaller house.
Okay, that's not totally the point I was making. Superficially, okay, bigger floor area, greater rate. But what you are saying is the same area in Hamilton East would pay the same in Rotatuna. Bigger house. But at the moment what's happening is the same area in Hamilton East paying less, and I'm paying more. There's no uneven distribution of the rating. Did I make it clear or not?
No, you did. I'm very clear what your proposal is. What you're saying is it's perhaps a square meterage rate, so that it doesn't matter where your house is located in the city. You're all calculated on the same amount. I think we're clear what you're saying.
Okay.
Are there any other questions? Thank you very much for that, and thank you for taking the time to do the PowerPoint presentation. It was very helpful. So thank you for that, and that will be distributed to us. Very good. Thank you. The next speaker is Michelle Paget, and the submission number is 618. Welcome along. I think you've been allocated 5 minutes, Michelle?
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name's Narita Edmees, and this is my colleague, Michelle Paget. We are both employees at CBRE, and we provide property services to the ANZ Bank. We're here today on behalf of Arrawatta Assets Limited, who are a wholly owned subsidiary of ANZ Bank and are a special purpose vehicle in which the bank owns and leases property. ANZ operate 9 branches within Hamilton on a leasehold and freehold basis, including Chartwell Square, Centre Place and the Base. In addition, ANZ occupy commercial office space within the CBD. Arawatta opposes the amendment to the change in the rating system from land value to capital value. The main reason for the opposition in this instance is specifically in relation to the disproportionate increase of the rating burden onto the retail premises. As previously mentioned by other submitters, rates in centres such as Chartwell are predicted to increase by over 400%, excluding any inflationary provision over the 10-year period. This will have an obvious and direct impact on the total cost of occupation, and as rates are passed on to occupiers, it will be the end user, and in this case the retailer, who will bear the brunt of these increases. There will be very few retailers in this current economic climate who are experiencing increases in turnover to justify increases of this level. Even over a 10-year phasing period, many retailers will not be able to sustain increases at this rate. It is understood that not all retail areas in Hamilton are facing rate increases, despite receiving similar council services. However, retailers who are not located in those areas or who have representation in major shopping centres only will not benefit from those reductions. This is despite retailers in shopping centres paying significant operating expenses to provide cleaning, security, waste collection fees, as already mentioned by Westfield and Kiwi. The impact of the proposed rates increase will be significant, with retail space becoming even more unaffordable. The concern is that as total occupancy costs rise, as will vacancy rates. This in turn will have an adverse impact on the attractiveness of shopping centre destinations and the goods and services available for the public. The rates increase will also directly impact total occupancy costs and therefore levels which occupiers can afford to pay towards other operating expenses, which again may have an adverse impact on the quality of shopping centre destinations. In summary, the vast majority of retailers could not sustain increases of this level. The proposed increase, even over a 10-year period, is entirely disproportionate in relation to turnover, and this in turn will have a direct and significant impact on the retail offer within Hamilton.
Thank you for that. So, just so I'm clear, the company owns the ANZ Bank's premises, is this right?
So Arawatta are a subsidiary that's owned by ANZ Bank,
right.
So all of the leases are held in the name of Arawatta
Yes,
Assets,
for the banks, for the ANZ Bank.
Correct, yes.
So the list you've given us here are where the ANZ Banks are
That's
located.
correct, yeah, those are the branches.
Right. Okay, so I just need to understand then, are you speaking then on behalf of those bank premises?
On behalf of Arawatta Assets, yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
So in that list that you've given there, are any are there ones that will go up and down?
Yes,
there
are some that are going up and some that are going down. The net overall increase is around about 40,000 per annum.
If the 10 years was completely implemented?
That's per annum?
Yes, per annum.
Yes.
So
yes.
for all of the ANZ branches in the city, the ups and downs net out after 10 years, based on what we know today, 40,000.
They net out at 40,000 per annum.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, and the concern of here obviously is in relation to the impact that this will have across retail as a whole, not specifically just in relation to one occupier, but the overall impact for the retail offer in general.
Yeah. So this company owns or leases all the ANZ premises across New Zealand?
Yes, correct. Okay,
so we're one of the few places left that has land value. So how do you get on in the other places then? Does it affect in any way you guys having branches in those places?
Yeah, look, obviously it's a cost that we face no matter whether it's a capital value or a land value basis. The issue here, as I said, is not so much the basis on which it's calculated, it's more the impact of the increase in costs. So that is the issue that we've got, how the cost increase can be mitigated, and what the potential outcome of that increase would be on the retail environment.
Right, so the proposal is for a 10-year lead-in time.
Yeah.
So do you have some comments about that time frame? What do you think about that time frame? If we were to change, is that too short, too long? What do you
Obviously, the longer the lead-in period, the better, insofar as it would give more businesses the chance to forecast for those increases. And obviously, the longer, the easier the increases would be. But I still think the impact on the retail environments in general, that is where our concern is. If this is going to lead to an increase in vacancy costs, however, it's things like that obviously we'd like to see that looked at a bit more closely insofar as what affordability is and the impact this would have.
Okay, so were you here when Colin Jones spoke first?
Yes.
Right, so did you hear what he had to say? He took a very different view to what you're expressing about the value of capital rating. Do you have some comments to make about that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall exactly.
He was saying that capital value, in fact, land value was a disincentive and that capital value was an incentive.
From a developer's perspective, obviously the capital value would be a disincentive. Obviously we're here as occupiers, so for us it's more to do with what the increase is. No matter which way you calculate it, right, we're concerned about the increase this will have regardless. Obviously, right, if we were here on behalf of a developer, our perspective might be slightly different insofar as...
I think he's a real estate agent, so...
Sure,
okay,
yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
All right, now, Councillor Gallagher, you were first.
Just, you're owned by the ANZ?
No, so our water assets are owned by ANZ Bank, and that's basically the vehicle in which all the legal entity, which all the leases and freeholds are held. So it's
all the ANZ branches, Martin.
It's a subsidiary.
So in the bigger picture, given the return to shareholders in the last financial year of the ANZ Banking Group in New Zealand, which I think was quite substantive, is this really going to have an impact?
Yeah, look, we're not here to obviously argue ANZ's ability to afford an increase off this level. That is not why we are here. We're here to talk about what we perceive to be the impact that this will have on the wider retail environment.
Sure, but if we look at the other branches around New Zealand, whereas the Mayor alluded to the majority is capital value, are there any examples where, from the point of view of the ANZ as an operator of the bank, and it's wonderful now, if you have all these branches, absolutely, please. I'm a customer, so declare it.
So, Martin, what's your question?
So I'm just making the point. I just want to see what negatives have actually really happened in terms of the financial model for the ANZ, for a bank around New Zealand because of capital value.
Well, as I said, we really aren't here to talk about the affordability of that cost on ANZ. What we're here our main point is we're concerned about the impact this will have as a wider, insofar as who our neighbours are, who will actually be in the shopping centres around us to provide the rest of those services to the public. That's our concern.
And just final question, in terms of the ANZ, in terms of the support you give businesses around New Zealand, how is that? Did you have any observation how that has impacted?
With respect, Councillor Gallagher, they are not in the banking business. They're in the property management and leasing business.
It's just property management. I'm just trying to get a relativity in terms of your property management business, how it impacts around New Zealand, where with respect the majority in our capital value.
Well, obviously, it's in all retailers' benefit to have a strong retail environment to operate in.
Okay.
Okay, I've got Councillor Mallett, then I've got the Deputy Mayor, then Councillor O'Leary.
Thanks, Michelle. I asked this question to one other submitter earlier this morning. If your rates were going up as a consequence of a change from capital value back to land value, you would be raising the same issues, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I just reiterate our concern is the increase, regardless of which way it's come about.
Okay, thank you. So you're agnostic as to how we collect our rates. You just think there's too much.
Well, yes, obviously other councils have got the rating, a capital value rating system already in place. So obviously there is some precedence there. Our concern is the increase, no matter which way it's calculated, and the impact this will have on the broader retail environment.
So without putting words in your mouth, and I will now, you're concerned that the rates are too high, period, and the mechanism collecting it is neither here nor there, except that it does happen to increase your rates in this particular time.
Our concern is how retailers will be able to afford increases, given that their turnovers do not justify increases.
And look, I think you're really clear what your point is, councillors. I think we've heard it, so... Right, Deputy Mayor?
Yes, thanks. Michelle, just talking about the ANZ's occupancy costs right around New Zealand, because you would have these statistics. Under the current system land value in Hamilton, would the occupancy costs for ANZ be cheaper here than in other areas of New Zealand?
I would not be able to answer that without going into a bit more detail, comparing what specific area. I really don't have... There's over 260 branches, so we'd have to do some research into affordability of Hamilton over Tauranga, for example. I don't have that.
I accept that, because the next part of the question was that if it moved decision was to capital value, would then that mean that the Hamilton offices of ANZ would be paying similar percentage of occupancy costs right across the
Well, I
country?
think the answer is she doesn't have the information,
she doesn't.
so she can't answer.
Yeah.
Councillor O'Leary?
Thank you, Your Worship. Do you allocate your overheads over the whole portfolio of properties, or is it separately done?
So the property function will have an overall budget, but within those budgets, each branch will have their own budget.
So, and this is the net 40k increase annually is covering
No, it's after 10 years.
That's
after 10 years.
That's 40. Yes, it's over the 10-year period.
That's the entire increase over 10. No.
Sorry, can I just ask to be quite clear? If we went for one,
Councillor Mallett, Councillor Leary is asking her question.
So the 40,000, sorry, is per annum, and that is over the 9 branches, and that's the net effect. Obviously, some are up, some are down.
If you were at the full increase at 10 years, so that's around about a $3,000 increase per unit per property.
Well, yeah,
Some are up and some are down.
Some are up by say 15,000 in Chartwell, for example. So that demonstrates the disproportionate.
Yeah, thanks.
Right, Councillor Pascoe.
Yes, thanks, Michelle. I think you've emphasised on a number of occasions that you're here on behalf of the ANZ Bank, but you're actually here representing some of your retail, or many of your retail customers too.
No, that's not necessarily
when you're talking about retail in general.
We're talking about retail environments.
Okay.
So we're certainly not here on behalf of any customers.
Okay. So you've mentioned continually about increases in rates, but certainly in the retail environment, there's going to be a significant number of your neighbours who will experience a rate decrease as a result of the move.
Yes, and we're aware of the certain areas that will be seeing some decreases. But for example, in like Centre Place or Chartwell, those neighbouring occupiers will obviously be facing similar increases.
Appreciate that, but you have got branches in other areas around the city where there will be decreases, as well as your neighbours will experience those decreases.
We're aware of that, but the net impact obviously is adverse.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Gallagher?
Just, you're here for the ANZ.
Arrawatta assets.
Well, Arrawatta, but you're part of the ANZ. And as a bank, wouldn't the bank, your customers are residential, your customers take the whole quantum of society, full stop. Surely the ANZ, without getting into debates as to details, the ANZ Bank would want, in terms of the Shand report, a perception of what is a fair rating system?
Well, as I said, we're employees of CBRE who provide property services to Arrawatta, and we are here purely to talk about, from a property function, the impact this will have on the portfolio, not on a broader scale with regards to the overall impact across the New Zealand economy. That's not what we're here to do today.
Thank you. No, that's fine.
Yeah, no, I think you were really clear, so some of the questions probably were a bit off the mark. Okay, thank you very much for coming along.
Thank you
for your submission. Very good. Peter Stewart is the next presenter, and it's number 680. Thank you. Welcome, Peter.
Good morning. My name is Peter Stewart. I'm a residential ratepayer. I live in Pembroke Street. And my submission is a simple one based on equity amongst all ratepayers. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm completely in support of the proposal for the change to capital values and do away with land values. The council some years ago, as you were aware, recognised the inequity of the present land value rating system and announced a proposal to move to capital values. At that time, as I recall, there was a huge outcry from, I think, mostly the commercial ratepayers, which had the effect of the council abandoning the change and stayed on with the land values. Contented, it would appear, to continue with the inequities between ratepayers, notwithstanding, as I understand, that there had been a recommendation from the government for councils to move to capital value rating. The new initiative from the council to adopt capital value rating will have the effect of restoring equity amongst the ratepayers, with the rates being levied on the total value of each property. And as I understand it, each class of ratepayer, commercial, residential and other, will all be bound within the present structure, and so there's not going to be cross-subsidising of rates as residential perhaps move to support commercial support rates, residential. I'm not, however, in support of the proposal that the change to capital value would be phased in over 10 years, as you say in your little pamphlet to us ratepayers, to minimise the impact on ratepayers paying more. There appears to have been no consideration or recognition given to the impact on those ratepayers whom have already been paying more. Council recognised some years ago the inequity of the current land value system, but did nothing, leaving those ratepayers recognised then as paying more than their fair share to continue to carry a disproportionate burden of the council funding requirements. Now the proposals make the change, but again expect those over-encumbered ratepayers to continue to carry that unfair share for a further 10 years from the timing of the change, which is at the minimum next year, so effectively 11 years from now. It's my submission that the proposal to adopt a 10-year phasing-in period is grossly inequitable. Ratepayers have been aware of the inequities of the present system for some time, for some years, and those now faced under the proposed change with carrying their fair share, having already benefited considerably under the system for some years. There's no good reason why the overburdened ratepayers should continue to carry a disproportionate share for a further 10 years from the time the rating change is implemented. I submit that if any phasing-in period is necessary, it should be no more than 2 years. And I'm sure you'll carefully consider the rating change proposal that is now before you and ensure that the changes that are put in place will be completely equitable to all ratepayers, so that now all share equally in the rates collection, and without allowing the inequity of the present system to continue for such an extended period as being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, for that. Councillor Gallo, do you have a question?
Yeah, look, the previous submitter and others have talked about, the retail environment, and obviously in a retail and even residential, if you have, any proposal that's going to be significant, there are going to be some significant losers and some significant winners. Do you have a sort of a view on terms of the losers in the proposal, so to speak, to adapt to a new environment? It wouldn't, that's the intent of the 10 years, to try and phase in is to try and sort of, if you like, soften and cushion the impact on those people who are going to be worse off.
Well, aware of what, but you've got no consideration to those who've already been paying far too much. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, but what about
10 years? Says
here.
It says here. Look, to minimise the impact on those. Where is that? I just can't believe it. I mean, 10 years is a lifetime for me.
Well,
and for a lot of us.
Yes, correct. But if we're looking at some of the businesses,
we're not talking about. I'm not talking about businesses. Your proposal says that you are going to box them in. So there's only going.
Can you ask me? Let me finish my question, if you would, please. So, do you have any comment on the fact that this is a proposal? Do you have a comment on a phase-in period? Because I'm just.
I've commented on it.
Councillor Gallagher said 2 years was his phase-in.
2 years.
I think what Councillor Gallagher is wanting to ask you is, do you have any comment on the comments made by the retail sector about the impact it might have on them? Because
because we've got less to spend or more to spend?
Because some of them are going to experience significant rate increases if this proposal does proceed.
But I understand your proposal is that you will box in the various classes of ratepayers, so overall there will be no cross-fertilisation between...
Right, so you're talking about the residential...
I'm talking about residential ratepayers, because I understand you're not going to...
Here we go. And the residential phased in over 2 years, not the commercial.
Yeah, I'm not concerned with commercial.
Thank you. No, that's really good. That's clarified. Does that clarify it? Councillor, let's talk about residential.
Yeah, because with respect, we've got a lot of submitters opposing.
I'm sure you have. That's because they're not paying their fair share.
All right.
So it's the issue of fair share for you.
Beg your pardon?
It's the issue for you is fair share.
Fairness and equity amongst all us ratepayers, residential. There's a lot of paying peanuts. Big houses, little blocks of land, and paying very high rates, low rates.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Peter? All right. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you very much.
Steve McLennan is next. Steve, submission is at 513. And Steve, are you here to speak in your role as a property owner and manager?
Yes, thanks.
Okay,
I'm here to speak in support of the proposal and to ask you to stay the course. You seem to have something like 4 times the number of submitters opposed, and it's little wonder. Those will be affected negatively by this, will make the loudest noise. And I just wanted to let you know that there are a number of us out here who will be affected positively, who probably won't have submitted and should have. Just on the issue of affordability for retail, I'd like to point out that valuers tend to take into account the gross occupancy cost and not the costs on a property. Supply and demand of retail property, and the supply of and the demand for retail property is what determines rents, not its costs. And there are a large number of gross leases out there, which will mean that the landlord will bear the cost of any increase in the rates. My particular area of concern, and I represent the owner of the tallest building in town, who probably has benefited from the land value rating system more than anyone, who knows that he should be paying more than he's currently paying and accepts that. And also my own family investment in Hamilton, which is a much lower level building on a significant piece of land. And we're paying much more than our fair share in my submission. I don't know if you received the little graphic that I did.
Yes, we've got your full submission.
I couldn't believe it myself when I did had a look at the size of Chartwell Square and compared it with our building, and saw that, you know, we are having to charge our tenants and therefore have much less to put back into the building. $20 per square metre per annum for our former Deca building, which we call now called Waitoma House in Garden Place. $20 a square metre is approximately half, or just under half, of the total operating expenses of an office building, typically in the CBD. They'll be around $40, $50 a square metre. And Tauranga at $6 a square metre for the rates. And for a similar size.
Can I just check, but that is the general rate, not including all the targeted rates, because Tauranga does have a number of targeted rates. Have you added all those together?
Added all up, yes. Could be more like $7, but this is for a tall building on Capital Valley. And the most important thing for you to recognise when you're considering the CBD is that not only is the most expensive land in the city right here in the centre, and so we pay a hell of a whack. You then add on top of that the commercial differential, which you're not considering that at the moment, are you?
No, it's not part of the proposal.
Which it'd be nice to see that come down as well. So you've got, what, 4 or 5% of the city's ratepayers paying 33, 34% of the rates, and of those, a big chunk is coming from the CBD. And our CBD is very low rise. The vast majority of the land in the CBD is occupied by buildings that have a ground floor and first floor space up above. So the pain of the burden of land value rates is not spread amongst many tenants, and I would hazard to guess that they're probably more up around the $30 a square metre mark for their rates. You folks may have looked into this but a bit more detail. And the effect on those landlords and their tenants and the ability of the landlord to then reinvest in the building is significantly diminished by that burden. So it's little wonder that we have this massive quantity of E-grade space that's sitting vacant. Buildings don't get painted. Hell, you know, there was a proposal recently to help paint with the buildings and it wasn't even taken up. So very limited ability for them to reinvest in the building, which I think will be substantially improved under your proposal. And the only thing I would suggest to you is that, in my submission, is that that time frame be reduced significantly.
From the 10 years?
From the 10 years. I don't know how long.
Yep.
Halve it again. Mm-hmm. But as Peter has just submitted before me, while it may be admirable of you to consider the negative impact on those over a long period of time, Councillor Gallagher, you're going to find that a lot of those retailers are going to see the benefit when it comes up for the rent review in 2 years' time. rather, if they're on a net lease and they're charged a portion of the rates and that starts going up, when it comes to rent review time, the valuers are going to look at the gross occupancy cost. So the component of the expenses may have come up, but the net rent payable to the landlord is going to go down.
All right, questions?
Yeah, so just because I'm obviously hear what you're saying, and the previous submitter, you've said it a little less forcefully around the transition issue. But so basically, if you're sitting in a shopping mall and you're the small business person, just explain. So your rent, in terms of the rent reassessment, what you pay as a shopping mall will be factored with the rates component. So obviously, the owners of the shopping mall will get. Were you saying less for rent?
Yeah, if they've got a net lease, so there's a net rental set, and on top of that, they pay a pro rata share of the operating expenses of the total complex.
Right.
In the short term, they'll see that go up as their rates go up. In the long term, their rent is determined by the supply of retail stock and the demand for retail stock. And if their landlord's experiencing a price increase, and they both appoint valuers and to debate the rent, the valuer is going to look at the gross occupancy cost. The landlord will end up getting less after, typically rent reviews are every 2 or 3 years, and at that point the landlord's going to end up getting less because the tenant's cost.
And that's obviously, if we look at other parts of New Zealand with capital value, that's what you're saying is in the end it's not.
Yeah, if they've got a net lease, if they've got a gross lease, which there are a lot of these days, the tenant's fully protected against any increase in costs,
Right.
as has been the case with insurance costs in recent years.
So, and then you're saying 5 years would be more realistic.
Yeah, I'd do it overnight, but I realise that you've got the luxury of there not being a revaluation this year, so there won't be the massive distortions by this change. That should afford you the ability to shorten that period.
Okay, any other questions for Steve? Yes, Councillor McPherson.
Yeah, Steve, just going on that phasing in period again, in your submission you actually cite as the reason why you want a reduced time frame for the phasing in, fear that a future council might reverse the decision. I'm not sure that we legally can, but you said 5 years of future council to Martin as your optimum time frame, all things considered. That would still give the opportunity for a future council to cancel the last couple of years.
Exactly, but if a bigger chunk of the work has been done over a shorter period of time, they're going to find it equally hard to turn it back and,
so you could live
have resistance from the other side. Yeah.
You could
right.
live. Sorry, and I had another question. Centre Place, just near halfway between your two properties that you've mentioned, have vehemently in opposition to the change. And their buildings are probably a mixture of the same size as your smaller one and as your taller one. What's your view on their submission? Do you think it's maybe just self-centred because of their costs, or is it...
Hey, like ANZ, who can blame them for making a submission to argue that their costs be lower? Because again, they're going to see a reduction in rentals because the valuers will take into account the gross occupancy cost over time. So it's in their interest to oppose it. But my submission is that capital value is more closely related to the burden on council services than land value. Simple as that.
Okay, any other questions? Right, thanks very much.
No,
very much for your submission. Thank you. The next speaker is Eric Kralis. Good morning.
Thanks for the invitation.
Thank you.
And I'm referring to the letter which I got from Council, questioning what the change to capital value rating means for you. Okay, at the time being, I cannot answer this question or state a preference for value-based or size of property-based. But in my case, the capital value change would increase by $11.64 every year. This means this is nothing. If you think ahead 10 years, then it would be $116.40 after 10 years. So I can't believe this. especially since further down you mentioned that these figures do not include annual rate increases set by the council each year, and secondly, include the impact of future property revaluations required by government every 3 years. So this means I cannot trust the $11.64, which you assume that can be applied for 10 years. Could I please get an answer on that?
So I think we're here to hear what you've got to say.
Yes, but I would like to continue when I got an answer to this question.
So, Peter, your question, you're wondering if your rates will go up $11 a year for 10 years. Is that your question?
Yes, I'm questioning this.
I think if that's what it said in your letter, that would be correct.
No, he's talking about what kind of rates increase the council might set every year, aren't you?
Yes, and
and we don't know the answer to that yet. We're working on that at the moment with our 10-year budget.
So this means I cannot rely on this figure of $11.64 per year.
That letter was based on what a change in land value to capital value would be, excluding some things that we don't yet know.
Well, so that's this sort of information.
Perhaps another way to approach it is, do you think that, do you support the proposal for rating to be done on capital value, or do you want it to stay the same, which is a calculation on land value?
I cannot support to move to capital value because, as has been said by other submitters, that it discourages property owners to make improvements.
Right.
I think this is quite clear. This is quite a significant matter.
Okay.
This should not be treated as a small detail.
Mm-hmm.
It reminds me of a sort of a philosophical approach to matters, like what communists thought that they can achieve when they wanted to improve an economy. They didn't consider the psychological impact on people who work in such a communist system.
Mm-hmm.
They were discouraged to engage themselves in maintaining things, in improving things. They lost interest.
Okay. All right, so you've made your point really clear. So I'm going to see if anyone's got some questions for you. Councillor Gallagher.
Just quickly, in New Zealand with our economic system, the majority of New Zealand local authorities now have capital value rating. If you've got any examples of where perhaps capital value has discouraged people improving their properties in other parts of New Zealand, and I don't...
No, I cannot refer to this because I don't know in which parts of New Zealand people are complaining concerning capital value, but I can imagine that you would be discouraged to improve your property by putting a fence along the curb, a decorative fence, to make a swimming pool, completely discouraging, or to create additional paved areas for parking space around the house, or to put a tool shed and or to put a solar tube into the roof in order to get more light into the corridor underneath. People would think of all those matters, and they would not know how the new capital value will be assessed and by whom and under which ethics.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much for coming along, and I think you've made your point really clearly to us, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ivan Lang, and it's submission number 588. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for allowing me to speak. So I'm sure that today and tomorrow you'll hear also submissions, so I'll keep it very brief. So I hope you have my submission in front of you, so it'll be easier for me to explain.
Yep, we have read them all and we've got them on our electronic devices.
So if you switch to the very last tab, the graph that I attached. So basically what I've done is that I'm using your new proposal for new rating system, but I came up with some recommendation changes to just the residential section, so I have not looked at the commercial at all. This is just the residential section.
Right.
So my logic is quite simple. So I've used your new rating system, so your new rating category, which is no differentiations. I've also used your fixture between the different property types, which says a commercial residential rule. So that was the easy part. So then we delve into what our rates are actually paying for. So that's according to your annual plans. There are 12 categories. And I've broken down them into 2 shares, which one share I call them the essential services, which is I put 6 of them, but you can argue between the 2 parties. So, and then the other 6 is the value-added services. My logic is that everyone in the city should have to pay an equal share to the essential services, because every member basically have the same burden on that essential services. So, but lacking demographic details, so I had to stick with per title is how much. And then the value-added services, I also agree with the concept of the more able pays. So that's why I've used your CV system, because you said it has a strong link to ability to pay. So then that the value-added service is distributed across the CV values.
Right.
So the result, if you see on the graph, is the green line, so which is far less aggressive compared to the red line, which is what you proposed. So that's it.
Right.
Questions?
Look, thank you very much for going to an enormous amount of trouble.
Oh, it took me for lunchtime.
Okay, so obviously you've got some skills in this area. But thank you very much, and presenting it in a form that's very easy for us to understand.
Yep.
All right, we've got some questions. Councillor Mallett.
Thank you very much. Look, yeah, what's your reason for saying that we all use about the same amount of services? I mean, there's lots of people who never go to the library, and lots of people go to the library every day. There's some people who never jump on a bus, and some people who always use the buses. There are some people who have swimming pools, and some people don't.
Yeah, but no, well, you have to understand what I sort of group into essential services is that the council prepares and ready to provide for everybody. So it is there for you to use.
Can you give some what examples have you got of those?
So what I put down in here is such things as community service, solid waste,
Sorry, was that commuting services? Did you say commuting services?
Community services.
Oh, community
I'm just using your 12 categories.
Yeah. Okay.
And solid waste, stormwater, transportation, wastewater, and water supply. So these are all things council are maintaining and are there for you to use, even if you don't use them.
So that contradicts you said even if you don't use it. You started off by saying everyone uses the same amount, but how can someone who doesn't use the same amount?
Your council is spending the money, preparing these services to supply the entire city.
Okay. All
right, Councillor O'Leary.
Just want to clarify, you're obviously a lot smarter than I am.
Sure.
I'm looking at your graph. So the green line includes everything that council charges for. You're just saying that you've rationaled essential services at 55% of that line.
Yep.
So and the other value add is 45. Does that align to in our annual plan, the graph where we've put?
Yeah, that's where I got it from.
It's exactly the same percentages. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so what you're proposing is there is a combination of a land value calculation and a capital value.
It could be done that way if
All
you
right.
want to fix the essential services on land value.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
That's right.
Very
Thank
good.
you.
I don't think you're allowed to do that. You're not allowed to have a combination of land.
Okay, the next speaker we have is Malcolm Barrett, and the submission number is 440. Right, Malcolm, off you go.
Okay. I sat before you last 3 years ago, and came up with the same. The core argument there was the same as what I'm doing now.
Okay. You can rest assured that we have read your submission and we do have it here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't intend to read it all again. I just want to talk to it briefly.
Right.
The key issue, just from listening even this morning, is that you've got two completely different drivers between your residential submissions and your commercial submissions. Your residential ones are basically around social equity, and the commercial ones around costs. So you've got a complete conflict between those two, and I don't know how you quite resolve that. What I've done here is to focus on what I understand is one of the purposes of this rating review, which is to make the CBD more competitive and to ensure that the city as a whole is constantly renewing itself. My submission is that you're doing exactly the wrong thing. I provided you with spreadsheets, and just very briefly, if you look at the whole complex of the Alexandra Towers, the car park, the Farmers Retail Store and Winds, then you'll see that as probably the most intensive land use in the Hamilton CBD, and it's an example of what Hamilton needs over the next 40 or 50 years to happen, because you have a very extensive low-level city, which is quite unusual. And this goes back to the fact that the town plan was changed years ago and let the city disperse. The old farmer's store, we're looking at redeveloping that at the moment for the IRD. So in paragraph B of the spreadsheet, it's got a floor area of 11,500 square metres. Our rates at the moment are 51,000. They will go to 210,000. So you're looking at a rate increase of about 160,000. Now, the point of the argument is that I've taken that and compared it with the direct competition for your CBD, which is Te Rapa. And you'll look at that one and you'll come to that one at the moment, if it was, and I'm allowing for it to be redeveloped, which it will be, then you'll have the rates increase there. We'll go from 48 to 74, which is only 53%. And ours go up 307%. That is not a small amount. You have basically, to be competitive, you've actually got the capital value of that 160,000 at an 8% yield is about $2 million. So if I'm going to drop my occupancy costs to compete with Te Rapa, I've got to rip $2 million out of the redevelopment. And we've got to do that anyway because the other operating costs are greater. So just the rates alone will have that impact. And if you work it out, the government will do a occupancy cost over the length of the lease, and it will come out with a significant amount of money. At the moment, the two occupancy costs are about $50, $55 a part, and I know we can...
$50 a what, sorry?
About $55 a part, gross occupancy. Yeah. And I know that we can, because depending on the specifications they want, that we can cut a lot of that out. But now you're now asking us to take another $2 million out of it, which then gets to the too hard basket. And over the long term, basically, the rating differential for the CBD is the capital value and intensive land use. We'll work against it. Land values are very efficient at encouraging intensive land use. Capital values are very efficient at encouraging extensive land use. I've spoken to Colin Jones, I'm aware of his views, and I've sent him this submission as well. I'm opposed to his view of it. But what I have, my view is that basically you are using, you do have tools available to you to make a level playing field between the CBD and Te Rapa or the base or Chartwell, and that is that the CBD is zoned as a separate rating area simply because it is intensive and it does have different uses. Over the lifetime, well, particularly the last 20 years, you've got the development of sub-regional centres at the base and at Chartwell. Now, I cannot understand why you cannot create a separate zoning for those two areas, and therefore you can have differential rating. And my proposal is quite simple, that you look at you can retain land values in the CBD because it discourages extensive land use and encourages intensive land use. But there's nothing to stop you from merely rating the land values out at which are cheaper to give you the same income from rating as you do from the land value in the CBD. So it's about $21 in the CBD now, and you'd get the same rate collection from out there, which effectively would drop the CBD rates. So therefore, your objection from Chartwell's from centre place, from moving from land value to capital value, would be completely negated. It would be equal. So you'd be paying the same land rate collection from the base as you do from the city centre. And there's nothing to stop that being, you can have commercial zones in residential areas. You do that with show homes, builders show homes, things like that. So I don't see why you don't use that. You definitely have the tools to do it.
Right. Have you got any further comments you wanted to make, Malcolm?
No, I'm just quite keen to have some questions.
Right, okay. Questions? Yes, Councillor Mallett.
Thank you, Malcolm. With your tools, these different zoning sectors, Council in its wisdom has decided we're going to collect $130, $140 million a year rates this year out of our ratepayers.
Yep.
Any that is not collected as a consequence of the special zoning would just fall on another ratepayer, wouldn't they?
Don't quite understand the question.
Irrespective of land or capital value.
Yes.
Because the rates are not driven by the method of collection. The rates are driven by what we decide we want to spend.
Yes.
And we've decided we want, of our spending, we've decided $135 million this year will come from ratepayers.
Yep.
Anything that we don't collect, anything that's reduced from your suggestions and those putting in these special zoning areas, will have to be collected from other ratepayers. Is that correct? Isn't it?
No. I've accepted you're not going to change between residential. That's politically unacceptable. All right.
Yep.
So therefore, you have the pool of commercial that you want. What I'm saying is that you will have to set up a spreadsheet, whereas you collect the total amount. So therefore, you've got to divide that. The land value out at the base is 156. Actually, there's a typing error in 8.4 paragraph for you. It should be not $15, $156. And the CBD land value, I'm using what we've got, is $743. Okay. So therefore, your rating value out at the thing will be, say, 5 times. One's $4 and one's about $20. So therefore, your rate, Te Rapa land rate, will be 5 times the rate of, or 4 times the rate of the CBD rate. So you'll end up collecting the same amount of money, but the total amount collected is what you determine. So in theory, if the Te Rapa stuff goes up, then the CBD stuff will come down, but it'll end up the level.
So every dollar not collected from one ratepayer will get collected from another ratepayer, won't it?
Yeah. I mean, you're levelling the playing field. At the moment, they're paying $4. So all of your car parking out there, they're paying $4. And you're saying we've got to pay capital, and the capital value out there, it won't change a great deal, only a few cents. Whereas ours, you've got a capital value concrete building, and we've got to pay rates on that. So your car parking, I don't know how on earth anybody will ever build another car park in the CBD.
Right, other questions?
Thank you, Malcolm.
Other questions? Malcolm, you've got a really good written submission. It's really easy to follow, so that's been really helpful. I just want to know, or give us some examples of why you say that land value encourages intensification of land. I understand in theory why that would be so, But do you really think practically that has happened?
Yes, because in the CBD, I mean, the reason that you've lost the Ministry of Education is exactly that argument. They could go
I understand CBD versus Te Rapa, and of course the district plan has changed that now. But I'm interested in how
you mean
give me practical examples in the CBD of intensified use of land when there's been very, very little development in the CBD, over the last 20 years or so, and only in the last 3 or 4 years has there been a real interest in reinvestment in the CBD. And throughout that entire time, there has been land value.
Yes. The thing is that the people, the type of person that would, your district plan has set that out because...
Yes, no, I know about the district plan.
Yeah,
so I took your comment as meaning rates entirely are the driver of that. I understand district plans and everything. I want to understand why you say rates are the driver of that.
No,
because I can't see...
I'm just taking... No, I'm not. They're not the driver, but the rates for that portion, right? Is driver. The example is that if we lose our biggest issue, obviously with the IRD, is the fact that we've got to tell them that they're going to have to work towards paying 160,000 a year
I'm
extra
talking about
rates.
the intensified land value rating driving intensification of land use in the CBD.
Yeah, if you have if you have a fixed land area, fixed rate, the taller you go, the less your rates are per floor.
Yeah, I understand the theory. Okay,
yeah.
I won't
So
pursue
therefore,
it anymore.
Even my the land rates that the ID would pay with farmers would be less than the land rates they would pay.
So are there other cities? Pretty much everywhere in New Zealand has capital value. Yeah. Has that affected intensified use of land in central cities? When I look at places like Auckland, Wellington, that you say it has.
Yeah, we look at Wellington because because that's where your town plan forces people to the CBD, so they have to pay the extra rates. I mean, Hamilton's town planning is used an example of what not to do, because you've let extensive land use for office.
Yes, that's right. Well, we've got a new plan now.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Right. Thanks very much, Malcolm. Very good.
Okay.
Next speaker is Jeff Monkton, and the submission is 594. Right, good.
This group.
Right.
One for each member, and
Brilliant.
also got some material they want to display while they present.
Right, okay, thank you.
Have you had any
No, I can't.
594?
Excuse me. Can't get the internet on the machine.
I've had it before, so I've used it before in here. That's right. See what you're going to do for me.
2 trees with that.
All right. Right, hi Jeff, welcome along. Okay, I think we've allocated you 15 minutes including questions, so, and we've got our packs, thank you very much.
They're still being distributed, so I'll just make a quiet start. Stu, can you flip the first page, please? We're opposed to the change in the land value system to the capital value system. And we've been here twice before, and we've opposed it because really some of the things that we do, we won't actually survive. That's the truth of it. We are involved with very heavy capital intensive things. The next one, please, Deb, as well. Take them all over. And if you look at the capital intensive thing, it is really hit. Some of them are hit so hard that they can't actually survive. And I just ask everybody to have a tiny look at the train problem there. Somebody's taken some rails off behind the train's sitting there trying to go forwards. There's a curve that it's been running along, and it's got to climb a steeper curve. I'm going to come back to that later. But in 1999, we told people that Hamilton had a skewed distribution, and we were affected. Does this thing go? We were right off the graph here, and we said something similar there. There's a skew.
Sorry, Jeff, you said a what distribution? A skewed?
A skewed.
Oh, skewed, okay.
Yeah, you can see it's not a normal distribution curve. If you just flip the first page back, Debbie, on if that one can come back.
She's going to tip over.
It's just diagrammatic. Gary, you questioned me on things way back in 1999. We basically said we weren't there. So that there's a skew in the curve. So if you flip that back over, Deb, with various high graph diversity, we had a lot of things that were right up there, and we said we wouldn't survive. We've actually got the same sort of thing there. So flip that page here. So who are we? We're the Hugh Monkton Trust there. We have a car park, which is close by. Flip that page, please, Steve. They actually work together. Another very heavy and capital-intensive building is independent extrusions, INEX, that extrudes 65% of New Zealand's windows and doors. Why is it very capital-intensive? It actually has to meet City Council Code of Ordinances. And a complementary building there is, in fact, an LPAC building owned by Architectural Properties Limited that we're objecting to as well. So just flip again, Deb. So that's who we are. And if you flip Deb 1999 one, please. We said Hamilton was kind of better than other places. Flip it up, okay. It's a bit hard to read. If you wanted to go back and read, you could dig out some of these things. We just thought we shouldn't regurgitate.
What might be useful is if you did want to leave them for us afterwards so that we can all click through them, that would be helpful.
Sure, yeah.
So if you wanted to talk maybe, Jeff, to your main points.
Yeah, I do.
Then,
I do. So flip that one, please, Deb.
And then we can take our time looking at them.
So we were diverse. We didn't want to say that we were diverse again. We were skewed. This is the graph, the blue there, where we were better than other centres. Here we are again. Flip that one. And here we are again. When we actually plot ourselves, we are far better in population growth and jobs and stability. We are stable and strong compared with these other graphs that go up and down.
You're talking about the city, aren't you?
We are talking about the general city, and we're talking about
Hamilton.
ourselves. That's correct.
Yes, that's right. Yep. So that aligns with the information we've got. That's
good.
Okay.
So we've told you who we are, why we're here. We came here for a standard of living, which generally comes with that blue graph. If the capital value rate system comes along, we will actually lose a competitive advantage that we actually have with other places. We say that in a rates take. We say that on a land use basis. It couples with the district plan, and so we actually have some main points here that what has changed since we gave these other submissions is that, you know, the globalisation has come along. It means that Hamilton has to earn its place in the world each and every day. It's really, really important. The district plan, and I'll talk on that, really absolutely devastates the Monkton Trust. It couples with the land value, capital value issue. And we have struggled to get a number of things through the City Council. We used to get things through far easier. The other thing that's of deep concern is that there's a lack of resilience with the capital value system. It's harder to attract capital in, and I wanted to talk on the Christchurch situation briefly because it deeply affects us. The graphs in blue there, Hamilton, give us sustainable economic competitive advantage. They do give us sustainable economic growth. They do actually give jobs. If you change to a capital value system, you can actually end up with values, that change an awful lot more than what is indicated on the in the capital value thing by the government valuation, because the valuers actually work out things on evidence. They work out essentially on two approaches. My experience of business, they work out either on a discounted asset basis, or they work on a net present value, a capitalisation of income. And so you actually have a range where the valuers can lie. What you can find is that sometimes these ranges are quite huge. What you can find also is that older buildings are quite severely disadvantaged. So we are in the climate where a number of things could be hugely disadvantaged, and we actually have some of these assets. So we're in a region, if you look at page 5, where, you know, the economy in our region, it's actually been quietly going backwards. We're losing percentage share. The second page there, we're dropping down from 33%, now 29%, forecast to go lower. And what happens is you look to some of these cities with the capital value rates, you find that these jolly things are skying because the valuers value on evidence, and they go and collect some evidence, and so on this evidence you can find things sky up really high, that they can go well beyond the government valuation. And so when information is logged on and it goes to quotable value, it's there available to lift things far and above higher than what you might get if you considered that the change was just a simple change and you were only dealing with a small percentage there. So if you look at page 6, we are actually quite high. We've got some low, bare land, we're holding that. We object to those things dropping lower. Yes, thanks, Debbie. We've considered before, that we should be paying something if we're a holding thing, and then we have other things that are actually very sensitive to the capital, and some things that we say won't stand up. What we do say when we actually study some of the evidence is that the capital value could actually raise things much higher. In Auckland, there's capital rates rises of more than 20% over the past 3 years, and other things, and you can look in the paper and you can see, hey, here's something that's sold in Auckland and it's sold $1 million above government valuation. That will log on, that will get into the system, that will lift other things, so that we actually think that if we change, we don't really survive, and in fact the rates could get an awful lot worse. And so on the next page, Deb, there, 2014, we've put out all our information. It's really quite sensitive information. Maybe it's the next one, Deb, perhaps, just check. No, go back one. I think it's a big table.
Is it the list of principal
We've got the rates increase proposed on page 7 from the Hamilton City Council. Our 6-storey office building at the bottom of that goes up something like about 230%. And that goes up on an assessed capital value of 8.2 million on column 3, so it's row A, column 3. But hey, when we go and struggle and beat our valuers up, we can only get ourselves valued at something like $6.7 million. We are below government valuation. That's what happens to older buildings. Hamilton has a considerable stock of older buildings. Government valuation could actually continue to lift it up. But if we look at replacement, as you might have to do if you're in Christchurch, you find when you go and talk to quantity surveyors and valuers and other things, there has to be an inclusion of the land. The building costs are very, very real. Hey, the replacement value is a lot higher than the assessed capital value. It's actually higher than our registered valuation. And so we actually have to look at what our financial yield would be. So we're asset rich and earnings poor. And if you get the likes of a depreciated asset valuation dragging things right up above 8.2 up into the 20-odd millions or whatever it is, our rates could actually go up very much more considerably. They could rise, if you look at column 8, they could go 190 to 700%. So it's been a good little building for 41 years. It's paid a lot of rates. It's quite sensitive, and yet it's one of the better older buildings there. It's by and large full. It's done things really well. The other one that's really sensitive is our car park, and in fact our car park is a train analogy. If you could actually just flip not that one, the top, please. Thank you. Yeah. We set out with Councillor Evans, who became Mayor Evans, to build a car park together. We set out and discussed the construction, the marketing, the pricing, and what costs it would be, how it would go, who would own it, and eventually the council said, hey, we can't afford to own it. It just doesn't make any sense. Would you buy it? Would you build it? and the answer was yes. I had to talk at a hearings committee a year ago in September, which is the back page there, the back brochure. And hey, if that goes on a climbing curve for the rates, it really is struggling. The particular issue on this car park, which is at risk, and I had to advise people in town planning, it is facing risk of demolition. We were not able to build it as high as what we wanted. We couldn't build it because the meters came off the street for the first 17 and a half years, which is there as the little wee analogy. It's strengthening, and it's been strengthening quite well over the next 8 years, but it's only a small car park, it's 152 odd space. We couldn't build it higher in a zero price market. We carry with it overheads for security, door operation, a number of things that you don't actually have in bare land. And so as it rises, you ask, hey, could we make the car park a bigger car park? Could we make the train stronger? Could it climb up the hill? And no, it can't, because it's really capital intensive. It has a very, very low yield. And so we compare our parking rates with the rates you might actually have in Auckland. And, you know, in our commuter car park, I've been up to Auckland a number of times, and for a day to a half day, you can pay about 10 times the rate of our parking building here for a commuter thing. So parking buildings are at risk in the centre of the city, and they're not an easy thing for the City Council to own, and we do in fact compare ourselves with Hamilton City a little bit later. The other building that's very much at risk is independent extrusions. We'd really like to welcome everybody to come and have a look there. There's a reach out to look at all our assets and come and have a look. There's been a
Sorry, did you put it in here? What was the name of the building? NX?
NX, yes, NX, yes. And
it's architectural profiles?
No, it's beside it, Gary.
But they're part of, aren't they?
Yeah.
Businesses, yep.
Yeah, I think, Deb, you could probably flip one of those, the middle one, 2011 back. Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, flip it back.
Is it on here? Yep.
Yeah. So...
It's Mitch Plaw, though.
Yes, that's right. The last mayor that came out and looked over was Mayor Evans, and I've had a welcoming request from the chairman, Billy Seeger, and the chief executive, John Lynch, for everybody to come out and have a look at it. This is the building that keeps Chinese metal out of New Zealand. There's 24% of Chinese metal in Australia, and it's growing. There's things closing down in Australia. And this building, they are very conscious of their cost structure, and they're conscious that they are attacked. The Chinese know they're there. The Chinese have been and looked. We would like everybody to come and have a look at it, because this is actually valued low. If you look at the table, you find that it's got an assessed value of something like $8.6 million, government valuation, row D, item 3, but replacement is very, very much higher. Today's replacement on the special features for City Council Code of Ordinances that lift it into the high capital bracket are something like about $8.6 million. There's special features, $8.6 million, that we've needed to invest to meet City Council Code of Ordinances for noise. So that's at risk. We say, hey, with our low yield, we're going to struggle to pay for it. The tenant really says, hey, we're caught by the market price from goods from China. We don't really want to pay for it either. So if you just flip to the last one of each of those, please, Debbie. Second to last one on that one. Kirsty, on the next one. The town planning, we're quite decimated when you bolt it to town planning. Town planning didn't really look after us this time. We were busy on other things, all my fault. We didn't really understand that we were going to get wiped out by town planning. There's our 6-storey building. It's all but wiped out on today's town planning. We didn't object. We didn't know it was going to devastate us.
Sorry, just to be clear, when you say town planning, you mean the new district plan?
Yep. Yeah. That we used to, a long time ago, be able to build a big building next door, and we built our car park getting ready to go to build it. The previous plan, which is there on the 2001, wiped out this building. It's all gone. The new plan actually wipes that out. We didn't object to it. We didn't know it was coming. How could we expect that? We really thought we'd be able to build another building next door or keep it. And we just noticed that, hey, if you look at the 2014, it is really just a computer diagram. It's diagrammatic. It isn't an integrated shoe leather document. If you look at the previous plan and the other plan, people have gone around with Vulcan locations and they've worked out where the revenue, where the income stream comes from. We are deeply at risk. We pay rates that we can't afford, and yet if anything seriously goes wrong, we can't rebuild without discretion. We've actually had a terrible time when we've been trying to deal with council on discretionary matters. It might shock you a little bit, but we have a discretionary matter on the right-of-way. It's a very tiny matter. We wanted to get the services just off the carriageway. It's something there in Harwood Street, a tiny little thing. It wasn't processed nicely in the City Council. I have faults. There's a number of faults that we had, but hey, from start to finish, once Council had agreed what they'd have to process was 6 years. It's a tremendous time that we face battling to get dispensations, so that we would need dispensations and discretionary things to build under that plan. So we are at risk. We have a number of things that we cannot protect, and there's a number of things that won't be here, and town planning was quite shocked to hear that the car park would be a candidate for demolition.
Right, okay, questions on your, and look, thanks very much for going to a huge amount of trouble to put all this together. It's very grateful, and everyone's got a copy, so thank you for that and bringing all that with you. Makes it clearer. So I've got a question from Councillor Pascoe.
Yes, yeah, thanks, Jeff, and thank you for the detailed information here. Just a question on page 7, sure, where you mention here, or you've indicated here a government valuation, or you call it a Hamilton City Council assessed capital value of 8.2 million.
For which one, the top building?
Yeah, compared with 6.7.
That's correct.
Being the registered valuation.
Correct.
You are aware that the council don't do the valuations
no, we know that. No, we understand that.
And,
yes,
and you're aware that you can object to a valuation which is significantly higher than you can support that with.
Correct. Whether you actually get there depends on how people assess the evidence. No, we do agree, yes.
Okay. Other questions?
Just as we finish, we actually are deeply troubled, and we wanted to pay for anybody that wanted to go down to look at Christchurch and see it rebuilding. Christchurch cannot attract its own capital to rebuild its capital value rates. I'm involved in the industry with people who are looking after many billions of dollars. It's 19 plus a billion and rising. There's been various bodies that have actually been formed, and essentially it's government money. If you look back at the Hawke's Bay, which had a terrible earthquake, it actually managed to produce a most tremendous amount of money in the teeth of the Depression, and Christchurch essentially is being spoon-fed government money. You can look at things and they just haven't grown back. Just drop them, Deb, just go from one to the other. We'd like to pay people to go down and see the most devastating forces. Those in the industry say Christchurch will never come back from a capital value position. It cannot attract its own capital in our lifetime. If we had a severe earthquake or something and we're close to Auckland, you can be sure that Auckland will get the money, just like they get the money for their motorways and other things. We would be charged with raising money ourselves. There's an example to see where this poor city cannot raise its own money. Now, people can correct me, they might know that better in Christchurch, but I had a number of meetings last week discussing this with people who are managing billions of dollars of rebuild. They say it is government money.
Right, other questions? No? All of that, oh sorry, Gary.
Just a very simple one. The most fundamental reason we charge rates is it's not about encouraging growth or social engineering, anything like that. It's just to pay for the services that the council provides. So hang on, Jeff. So if that's our rationale for charging rates, what is the best system for collecting those rates, given we are very, very restricted into what we can do? We can charge either on the land value of a property or the capital value, which is, you understand, is land plus improvements, or an annualised rental value. So you're saying that if we, hang on, if we want to, all we're trying to do is collect the money to provide our services, and what's the most just way of charging people, or properties, I guess, we're not charging people, we're charging properties, you're saying a land value is a more accurate way of paying for those services?
Not necessarily, but it can be. I would need to come and see you to answer that. It's a really very good question. There's no simple magic bullet. And hey, there's winners and losers in the capital value thing. What happens if you burden people in the name of fairness or something like that? They look in a global market and they say, oh, we can go elsewhere. You don't need windows with aluminium from New Zealand, come from China like in Australia and other things like that. So I suppose you can't escape that debate without sort of some social slant. We know it needs to be collected. Unfortunately, not everybody goes for the same drumbeat. We are on the capital intensive side. If you want the secret for us for producing stakeholders' wealth, and it's definitely not shareholders' wealth, we are capital loss situation, is what we are. So
You're saying New Zealand, or you're saying the Moncton Trust? Okay, sorry.
We are a capital loss situation. Others don't need huge, massive capital intensive things to function, and they are really quite sensitive. The guy before us who was talking about intensification and land use and things, the plus in a land use system, subject to town plan,
I'm going to pull your mic down a bit.
Subject to town plan and subject to economic problems in the world and things like that, it does encourage people to use their land wisely. You can put more stories on top of that, something if you use the land. The minus for the council, then I suppose it's the more people flushing toilets and things like that. What it does do is it does use existing infrastructure better. The footpaths are there in town, the sewers there in town, the stormwater's there in town, the other things there in town, and you're not constantly going out. Our land value system has actually encouraged densification. I can't answer the specific question you had, Julie, about CBD to the last person, but hey, if you look at these multi-unit developments coming in, they're coming in Hamilton far quicker than they ever came in Auckland. They started to come in Auckland when, I was close to leaving when Auckland was about 1 million people. Now we have many multi-unit developments because somebody has the land and they actually have to stack more on it. They do that and it gets better. So you're seeing redevelopment of some of these things here in town.
Right.
I would have to spend some time to list some things for you, and your values would not necessarily be mine. And we understand that. There's winners and losers here.
Thank you.
Right, any other questions? No? Look, thanks once again, Jeff. You always do excellent presentations and bring some good stuff for us to look at.
Okay, we'll leave those there. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, leave them there. Yep, not a good idea. They probably will move them out of the way at lunchtime, but yeah, okay, that'd be great.
We'll come back to them. I'll just talk to the lady out there. We'll
Brilliant.
Them whenever they need to come back.
And thank you very much for the books.
But some things do disappear, as is seen in that little book. Roger Henneberry did some magnificent joinery. If you look at the mark page in that book, hey, that industry's gone. A 20% tax was imposed.
Thank you very much for giving us the book too. It's lovely.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, thank you very much,
Muldoon,
Jeff. Well done.
Yeah,
Was it Muldoon?
So the next speaker is David
Robbie
Peel.
Bob?
Yeah, they couldn't stand it.
I remember that. I remember
David's submission is at number 83.
on bloody caravans. Undermining the New Zealand way. Hideous. Why would you?
Gary, I would like to stay in touch and try and answer that question. I'm
Right.
happy to get all the criticism that you give me.
I'll give you a lot.
Right, number 83.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, David. All right, off you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the time. I won't take too much of your time. I've got no fancy diagrams, just a plea from the heart. First of all, I took real exception to one of the comments in the proposal which says that people who live in higher valued houses are better able to meet those needs. I choose to live in Hamilton East and developed a property which had to jump through many council hoops and cost many thousands of dollars to put a house on there in keeping with everything else. And under the proposal, my rates will go up because I've invested in an area trying to make that area better. And what really worries me is that the information that is given out to people to make submissions is not necessarily accurate. And in the first 30 seconds of me doing a search to try and work out where things were, I discovered that my neighbour, his rates would go down to under half of his current rateable value, when currently they're within $100 or another. He lives in a house which is valued, I know, within about $30,000 to $40,000 of mine. It is a brand new house, very similar to mine. So how can I have any confidence that due diligence has been done when two houses, which are both brand new in the same area, one will go down by half and one will go up by 35%. If I then sell that house in a year's time to somebody else, or it gets other houses in the area as they have started to sell and fetch reasonably good values, that the next valuation goes up, my rates will then be 45% more. Now, next door in the house, which pays under half the rates, or will, has 4 full-time adults. We have 2 adults. Their services, or the requirements for services, are far greater than ours, and it should be on a needs basis. The whole system worries me.
Could you define what you mean by needs? A needs?
Yeah, so 4 adults produce 4 times the amount of revenue.
So you mean usage?
Usage. Yeah. So whether it be water users, it would be far better to get water meters, get sewage meters, whatever else we'd like to call it, in there, so we can actually all be measured on what we actually put into the system.
Mm-hmm.
I've already paid all of my development fees and complied with all the plans and the resource consent to live in a heritage area, and therefore built a house which cost me considerably more money to put up than I would have put up if I didn't have to comply with the rules. And then you want to penalise me again and stick my rates up. I choose to live in a house where my wife and I invest our money in a property. I drive a very old car. Both of us drive very old cars. We don't go and buy a Mercedes and therefore expect to have to pay more rates to use that car because I choose to put my money into it. We put our money into that house to improve the area. A capital-based system is very, very unfair.
Mm-hmm.
It should be on a needs basis. And I think that policy of saying that people who live in bigger houses or more expensive houses can afford to pay is a very leftist view, and it's not something I could subscribe to. I don't need to say any more.
Right, so David, what you're saying is it should be a user pay basis as the fairest
Absolutely.
system. Okay, have we got questions for David on this? It's a good submission, David. You set out what you wanted to. Yes. Councillor Mallett?
David, so your concern is that you talked about needs, but you actually, turns out you mean user pay. Well,
user pays, just clarified there.
So given that user pays is not something that's in our proposal, and it might be a long, long time before we get there, we are only allowed to charge rates on 3 ways: land value, capital value, or an assessed rental value. Which of those 3 do you think more closely aligns to the usage, as you or needs as you call it, but usage of council services? Do you think?
Absolutely, land value, because the council controls what goes onto that land. So if I decide to put on a 5-storey building, mm-hmm. and that 5-storey building is going to require, have 50 occupants in it, then there must be a mechanism in the council rules and planning to say that the cost of the development, infrastructure costs, and the council requirements to get that building approved is already paid for. Just like the sewerage or the wastewater connection, which was in place, the council plan allowed me to connect into it.
And
they told me it was at 1.5 metres. When I actually went to go and dig it up, it was at 0.6 metres, so the whole house design was now wrong and the floor slab was laid. Who paid for that to then be put right and to open up another connection, another $10,000? Not the council, the end user. So I've already paid time and time again.
Right, Deputy Mayor, you had a question?
Yes, thanks. David, look, I just want to get some clarity. You talked about your neighbour's house and your house and rates going up and rates going down. Are they equivalent in value? Is your house worth the same as the neighbour's? What's the difference?
His cost him $740,000 to build. Mine cost $765,000.
So it's same in value. So there's no real explanation.
My point is,
difference.
it's the validity of the information that's been provided. So if you'd have sent me that and told me my rates were going down, I'd still be sat here because I'd be telling you you've got your figures wrong. So if I'm just one person who could take the time, how many of those other people looked at those figures and thought, fantastic, I'm on a winner here, and have made no submission? Because the day it happens, I'll come in and say, and I don't want to obviously dob my neighbour in, but, literally, 4 adults versus 2, same house, $30,000 difference.
Mm-hmm.
There is a point here, Your Worship, and that would be, I would be personally interested through Richard to find out in that particular case why there is such a difference when the two houses are fundamentally about the same value. Forget the number of adults.
Well, I think. Hold on a minute. There's a difference between the cost to build and the value of the property now. So let's be clear about that one. But look, I'm sure if we'll get the guys just to have a look to see about that, because there is the valuations on the properties aren't done by the council.
No, I understand.
For rating purposes. Yep. So, but you've raised an issue about the accuracy of the valuations on which the calculations are based. And of course, we have to have confidence in the valuation system, which is done.
I'll save you the trouble, Mayor. It's because, according to that, they don't think there's a house on there.
All right. So, no, hold on a minute,
there's a fundamental flaw somewhere.
There may be another question for you.
Sorry.
So just hold on. Councillor
Just
Gallagher.
majority of New Zealand has capital value, as you're aware. Just take in Hamilton East as a good example. You have the single dwelling, right, one property, and then you have the multi dwelling on the next property. In terms of, say, 20 people might live in the next property with the multi dwellings.
Correct.
And you know what I mean? Their relative use of the city services, all of the stuff that they use relative to what they pay on land value versus the single widow lady with the fruit tree next door. If you take my point. So just picking up your point around a user pay theme, and not putting words in your mouth, capital value moves to a greater sort of sense of user pay in that the 20 people on that block of land are going to be paying more versus the single person.
Well, put water meters in there and put meters in there and actually charge people for what they use. If they've got 30 people and they want to do 30 lots of rubbish, they pay a proportion of the rubbish collection.
Uniform annual charges would be more your thing.
Just because I live in a nice house doesn't mean I can afford it. You know, I haven't had a holiday for years, I can tell you. New Zealand's hard at the moment.
Likewise, you see, say, an elderly lady.
All right, thank you. Now, I think the CFO can answer your question about different properties.
I understand from what you're saying, your neighbour's section is considered vacant land still at this point in time. So if a property is built and hasn't been consented or has been consented during a year, it's not actually picked up for rating purposes to the following year. So it's effectively the way legislation's structured. So the following year it should come online with the...
My house was built 12 months after his. Yeah, he was living it for about 12 months before I moved in. Mine's consented, mine's rated.
Okay. So I'll take it offline.
So we're definitely going to be having a look at that then. So thank you very much for sharing that information with us.
It comes back to the integrity of the information. If it took me 5 seconds to work out there's something wrong, what have the other people that haven't made submissions thought?
No.
Thank you very much.
Dave, if you know any more, we definitely will be checking out what's going on.
I haven't got the time. I've got to go back to work.
All right, thanks very much. So Paul Knox is our next speaker. Paul, hello, how are you? You've been allocated 5 minutes, and councillors, the submission number is 606.
Right.
Thank you.
Wouldn't mind a glass of water. For
We've got this and another submitter to go before lunch.
Yep. Thank you.
I'll do it.
All right, off you go, Paul. Thanks.
Oh, yeah, well, just 2 now. Bit dry.
All right. Actually, we should put some water up there. It's a good point. We're going to do that.
And lollies, you would.
No, councillor.
And a meter.
We're not having lollies.
Should be a meter up there as well.
Well, thanks very much to the council for this opportunity. As some of the other speakers, this is my 3rd time here, so what I would like as a submitter is an outcome. 3rd time up here, nothing's happened. And I know that previous councils put in the too hard basket, and it's very easy to, because you're going to polarise. Previous council publication referred to the inequity of the current system and how CV was a fairer system. It's the inference. I've provided examples where I've taken individual ones throughout the city. We all can't be 6-storey offices. We've got to have timber yards, we've got to have car sales, we've got to have commercial, what I call it, display areas. So what I've suggested there is the council view individual properties rather than sort of some of these sectors, is what I'd call it. I'm quite prepared to take a ticky tour of Hamilton, if you would like, rather than Christchurch, and just sort of look outside of building with the councillors and say, well, how much do you think that building pays in rates? I'd like the councillors to really look at those letters that go out individually and just see what some people do pay. And I've obviously pointed out our situation, particularly our land is rated commercial service still at the moment, and we are paying more rates, I find, than what I'd call a CBD commercial service zone. Now, Franklin's getting wrecked around at the moment with our commercial service, that's another issue, but I've pointed out there a 6-storey building virtually across the road from the old CBD. We're paying similar rates, or pretty similar rates, and we have only got 1,500 square metres of land and a couple of very small buildings of about 400 square metres on that land. The previous submission to council proposed a 5-year time frame. This was in the previous submission. This was what the council proposed to convert to CV rating. And why is the change to 10 years? What's happened? Why has it changed? I don't know that we've been given an explanation for that. So it's further inequity for those like ourselves who have already waited, by the time this decision gets made, 15 years for this inequity to be adjusted. So another 10 years, your proposal will be 25 years that we've been subsidising some of the people that I've been listening to this morning, the big business people. And particularly, if you look at the just an example, we had the property manager from the tallest building in town. Nobody can compete with the owner of that building on a gross rental basis. He wins every time. He can outbid anybody and blow the socks off any other commercial property landlord in town, because his rates bill is virtually non-existent. So an equitable situation would be that each floor level pays the same square metre rate in town. And nobody likes being told that their rates are going up. I realise that. But hopefully I've pointed out the inequities, and that, you know, there are things which need to be looked at. The improvements in the commercial sector, that's supply and demand related. Improvements in the residential sector, personal preference. If you wish to drive a Mercedes, you expect to pay more when you go for your service. So I don't disagree upon the differential. The previous CV proposal, that was capital valuation, that was across the board. This one, we are now with the commercial sector paying twice the residential rating. We don't disagree with that as a commercial landlord. So,
all right. So are there some questions for Paul? No? Paul, I think you've articulated your position really clearly, and plus your written submission was really clear as well. So thank you very much for taking the time to that and coming along and speaking to us today. Peter McLean is the next speaker, and this is the last one before lunch.
To make it short, Pete.
How are you, Peter? And it's submission number 117. Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, mine will be reasonably short. I'm here just representing myself and my own personal household. I support the proposal. I believe that a move to capital value system will result in a fairer basis for levying property taxes on the property owners of Hamilton. Yes, the change will have short-term impacts on property owners in the transition period, but the long-term outcome, I believe, is a fairer system for all property owners for many reasons, including some as follows. Firstly, the properties will be assessed on their entire value, as I understand it, instead of just the partial, almost arbitrary land value that we currently have. This is surely fairer to everyone when the rates are calculated on the entire property. Property owners who choose to own older or smaller, established, less depreciated properties, such as many retired people, for which I'm not one, will tend to receive relatively lower assessments over time than the owners who choose to own newer, larger and less depreciated properties. Thirdly, commercial property owners provide beneficial and essential contributions to our city. The owners of such properties with larger high-cost buildings and improvements will likely receive relatively higher assessments. However, they can choose to mitigate that cost by passing it on to their tenants, who in turn can choose to mitigate that cost by passing it on to their customers, and their customers, of course, can choose whether or not they want to go and use the services that are provided out of that commercial property. However, owner-occupiers of residential properties have no choice about passing the costs on. Of course, they can't do that. They can, however, choose where they want to live in the city, and that will have an impact on the rates they might pay going forward. Fourthly, a move to CV by Hamilton City will be consistent with the same move by other major metropolitan cities in New Zealand over recent and longer time back years, and reflects Hamilton evolving from a solely rural community to the fourth largest metropolitan city in the country. In recent years, in the past, 9 or more local authorities have switched to capital value, as far as I can see, but to my knowledge, none have switched to a land value system because it's inherently unfair. For these and other reasons that I haven't gone into, I support the proposal.
Thank you, Peter. Question, Councillor Mallet?
Thank you, Peter. I see you support the 10-year transition but would accept a shorter time period. I assume that's because you agree with some of the earlier submitters who feel that the land value, under the land value system, you and similar ratepayers have been subsidising other ratepayers for a long time, and why wait, in effect?
Yes.
However you accept the 10 years.
Yeah, that sums it up. I've certainly been one who's felt aggrieved at the rates I pay relative to other people. So yeah, that sums it up. If the transition happened quicker, then that would be fine with me. But if the 10 years is sensible from the council's point of view in terms of the trying to mitigate the impact on all the other ratepayers, not just me, then maybe it's got to take 10 years. But if it was quicker, that's fine by me.
Thank you.
Right, other questions for Peter?
Thank you.
No? Thank you, Peter, for coming along and for articulating your point really clearly. Thank you for that.
Thank you for the opportunity.
So, Councillor, it's lunch time now, so we're going to adjourn for lunch. Now, we are due to start back at 1:15 and we were going to be having a 3/4 of an hour lunch. What do you want to do? 1:15, half-hour lunch?
Yeah, half-hour.
Just chew your food properly.
Right. 1:15. Thank you. Right, we'll get started. Yep. So our first submitter is Edward Fahey. Hello, how are you? Got the right person? What's that? I said I'll let you know when I'm finished. Okay. Oh, we'll be gentle with you. We'll be kind.
Ringing the bell. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, you sit there.
The only thing that's scary is that bell. Everything else is fine. It's submission 459. How are you today?
Hey.
You, yeah.
Okay.
Good news. All right, off you go.
My name is Edward Fahey,
and I have been a residential property owner in the north of Hamilton for the past 18 years. My wife and I are retirees, along with many other residents in this area, as indicated by the attendance of Rates Association meetings held in this area. My concerns, along with others in the area, that we have been prudent during our working lives, save for our retirement in a freehold home, thus ensuring our security in old age. This security in our home is at severe risk with the suggestion of the rate rises which will incur under the capital value system. Our incomes are not rising anywhere near the rate of the Hamilton City Council's rates of expenditure. Why should Rototuna residents pay more for the same facilities than anyone, irrespective of where they live, users in this city? Rototuna residents have already paid council very expensive development costs, which are incorporated in the cost of their sections. Why should we pay more than residents near Hamilton Lake, for example? This is a very unfair system for homeowners. If there is an anomaly in commercial rates, then surely this can be addressed without bringing residential ratepayers into it, who I stress all use same facilities for council being affected. Higher capital values of properties already mean that these owners already pay high rates without added punishment. The real cost of the proposed rates changes are not being fully advised to the ratepayers and are hidden to an extent by the proposed to phase them in over 10 years. For just the first year, my rates will rise 4.27 on the rate change, along with council's 3% annual increase, which is actually 7.27% increase. Times that over 10, and what do you get? At least something near 47% minimum. What is more, to add to the list is a 2% increase in regional council rates this year. Add to that an increase of 30% for fire service, 50% for insurances, consumer price index 2.5, inflation 1.7, GST 15%. Petrol increases will, due to the New Zealand dollar exchange rate, lower, which will increase the CPI and the petrol tax. And lastly, water meters, an unresolved for the future. What is council proposing to do when there is a large shortfall in the rates they hope to collect, when many of the homeowners just do not have the funds to pay? Considerable thought should be given to this matter, as pensioners certainly do not get pay rises to compensate for council rate rises to this extent. Renters will also be affected, as all landlords will put up rents to cover this added expense. It will not be possible for them to absorb this extra expense. Hamilton City Council needs to work within its present budget. It is not the fault of property owners that council now has a great deal of debt. Bad council decisions over many years have caused a shortfall in funds. Hamilton now has to live within its means. Costs need to be matched to income and not spending sprees by council being forced on residents to meet the list of wishes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Edward. Now some questions. Anyone got questions? Councillor Mallett.
Just my standard one. At the very most fundamental level, the reason we charge rates is so that the city council can pay for the services it delivers to residents and businesses and people who use the city services. Do you think a system based on land value or capital value more closely aligns with the services any particular property will use?
I believe land value is the best way of doing it. The other thing is council has to look at their costs and work to a point where they look at where the money is going, what can be trimmed, what can be postponed for a period. One has to look at your income. I have to look at my income when I'm running my household, and it's no good me having wishes that extend beyond that point, because I'm not going to be able to pay for it. Now, hey, I think the council are going to get to a stage where people will not be able to afford it any longer. So look at your costs and say to yourself, right, this needs maintaining, we'll do that, but this one, unfortunately, we'll have to defer it for 2 or 3 years. Or any surpluses goes off to debt. Now, it might take us another 6 or 8 years, maybe a little bit longer, but hey, you're not putting the whole city under stress, because once that happens, you're going to get pensioners who are going to have to walk out of their houses because they just can't afford to pay it any longer. So maybe there's going to be an influx of properties on the market, the prices are going to go down, the pensioner's going to end up selling his house, but hey, what he's got left, where's he going to go? He might pay the debt that he's got to the council, but hey, in the long run, it's him that suffers. Now, as a group of people who live in a city, I think it's important that we all pull together for the same cause. And we have to believe that if we can't afford something, we just don't have it. Finish.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Edward, for that, and thank you very much for clearly stating what your view is.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Beryl Blewett, and the submission number is 34341. Hello, Beryl, how are you today?
Good afternoon.
Welcome
Fine,
along.
thank you.
Okay, off you go.
We purchased in Bramley Gardens at Rotatuna 9 years ago. This we thought would be a safe environment for our twilight years. We paid $235,000 for just a modest 2-bedroom unit, and we have an 11-year-old car, and we've lived on the superannuation quite comfortably. We don't have many extras, but we live quite well. The body corp fees were covering the insurance, maintenance and lawn mowing for us. However, the rules were changed by the Unit Titles Act update, and we recently have had to find the money to paint our unit. This was a shock, and the maintenance is going to be ongoing. Then to hear of the proposed increase, in particular here in Rotatuna, was a blow. It seems to be presumed that everyone here is wealthy. Not so. There are a lot of villages, in fact there's 5 villages in the area, and a lot of these people living in these villages are like us. There's many widows and widowers and folks living on the super, and they scrape through, but unfortunately they don't have the courage to speak up. Where we lived previously was in Ascot Road in Chartwell, and they had to have the curbing and guttering all removed and replaced at a considerable expense. The footpaths were breaking up, they had cherry trees growing, and they were breaking the footpaths, and twice they had to come and cut a big piece out of the footpaths and replace, and the roots to those were going right under a double run-in, and the roots were like this going right across, and that was an expense. It was an older area, certainly. You don't have that expense in Rotatuna. It's all a newer area, and these expenses of the roads and so forth were paid by the developers and ultimately us. My husband is 85, I'm nearly 80, and we hope to stay there until we're taken out in boxes. But that may not be possible with the increases in the cost of living. We're paying 1,654,000 now, and it's going to go up. The proposed amount is 1,970 in the 10-year plan, I think it is. It is getting very difficult to afford, and as the previous gentleman said, we don't want to have to shift, but it is getting very, very hard to afford this. The value of our property has increased approximately 100,000 in the 9 years here, but that's only a benefit if we plan to sell, and we hope not to have to do so. And I feel that every homeowner should be treated equally, not just Rototuna.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So we've got some questions here for Beryl. Councillor Mallett.
Just to be clear, thank you very much, Beryl. Just you said that you hope every homeowner is treated equally. You know that Rototuna isn't treated any differently. It's just that a move to capital values. Clearly, Rototuna is an area that has higher capital values than other parts of the city. So it's not like Rototuna has been singled out. It just happens to be the area where capital values are a little higher than the average throughout the city.
That was reported in the news that we were being actually sort of singled out.
No, there was no.
That's not correct.
No geographic targeting at all. Yeah, so just hopefully that'll.
You know, we have a very tiny little section with our unit, and we are responsible for our roading, footpaths, lighting, etc., not the council.
How many units, Beryl, are there in your complex?
68 plus the managers.
68 units?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
With very tiny sections.
Right, okay. And do you have some communal areas there? Like?
Yes, we have a hall.
Right.
And a bowling green.
Oh, right.
There's no health care, but
no.
It's just a gated community.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Any other questions for Beryl? Look, thank you very much, and thank you for the way you presented. It was really clear, so thank you very much for that. It's really helpful.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Jerome O'Sullivan is the next speaker, and it's number 518. Jerome, how are you? So you're representing Harvey Norman, is that right?
That's right, yes.
Okay.
You're Harvey Norman.
As you said, my name's Jerome O'Sullivan, and I'm the National Property Manager for Harvey Norman, and I am here today to represent Harvey Norman Property and also Harvey Norman Stores. The differentiation being one is the owner and one is the tenant, as we are effective owner-occupier. Harvey Norman's been in its current location in Te Rapa for onwards of 10, 11 years. At the time the site was developed, an order of $1 million was contributed in the form of development contributions for key infrastructural upgrades in that particular area. I mention that because it goes to talk to the point about our own contribution to the utilities and the road infrastructure within that particular area. Suffice to say, since we've been there, we've paid a significant amount of rates over the 10 or 11 years, and currently we pay in the order of $80,000. Under the proposed change over the 10-year period, we expect to be facing a 32% increase, and if you factor in perhaps 0.2 or 2% increases per annum, that translates into a 51% increase. Harvey Norman is not supportive of the change from a land value rating system to a capital value rating system, primarily because of the increased costs that we face as an operator. Harvey Norman is a large format retail operator, and as such we're particularly price sensitive to cost increases, and it's mentioned in the context of an environment where retailers are continually wanting products for less and less price, which places more and more pressure on margins and effective operations and profitability. Now, maybe that's considered to be a big company complaining about its own economic status, but at the end of the day, we provide jobs and economic vitality to cities like Hamilton by operating within the city isthmus. We consider the status quo as well established. In that regard, the community are used to it, and that therefore it should stay as is. I like the first gentleman's comments that were made to date in respect of the council and managing itself within budgets. The documentation that had been provided as to why there's a change didn't really speak to the economic side. If it is indeed to raise more rates, then a lot of what has just been said in the last 5 minutes we support, and that we, like council, have to operate under our own budgets. We don't have the ability to just go out and willy-nilly spend, and we feel that prudent management of books, which I'm sure that Hamilton Council does focus on, is very, very important. So on balance, we believe that moving from a land value rating system to a capital value is inequitable from our point of view. It's unjustified. We don't get any more additional services for the operations that we have. We might be a large box retailer, but because of the nature of the products that we have, we don't have, we're not like a supermarket where people are always turning over. Someone comes to buy a bed every 5 years, so the draw on traffic is not significant, and that's from our point of view why we wouldn't like to see change. That's all I really have to say.
All right, we'll go for some questions. I've just got a couple. So you operate all around New Zealand.
Indeed.
So in most, well, pretty much all centres that you would operate in, there would be a capital value rating system.
Indeed.
Has that been any barrier? Wow, that's interesting.
That wasn't.
Are we still working?
Yeah.
Whew. We just got a new system, you see.
Right.
We just got a new system, and
paid for by the ratepayer.
Has capital value rating in other centres been an impediment or barrier to, you operating your business in those places?
Capital value rating systems are part of our various parts of the landscape, yes.
Pretty much everywhere in New Zealand?
Well, in some parts, yes. And depending on the operations, it has obviously a more significant impact on the functions of our business. In some cases, it's worse than others.
Right, we still operate in those large
we
centres
do,
across
yes,
New Zealand, don't you?
yeah, indeed.
Okay. What's your land size out there?
It's 1.6 hectares, I think.
0.6 hectares, okay. And you're currently paying 80,000?
Yes, that's right. And the site itself is, or the building itself is 8,300 square metres rounded up.
Right, okay. I just wanted to correct something you said, and I don't think you meant it intentionally. This does not... this proposal does not change the total amount of rates collected. It's not a mechanism to increase the amount of rates collected. I just wanted to make that clear.
Okay,
It's
may well
a rating
be, but
system.
from the presentation information, it wasn't clear that I thought.
I think it was, well, I think we both wrote really clearly that this was not about collecting more money. It was about the way we collected it, and we calculated the collection.
Okay,
yeah. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
I think.
Councillor Mallett, you've got a question?
Yes, please. A couple of questions. First one on the carry on from Her Worship's about your question about capital value in other parts of the country. Are you philosophically or for some, you're generally opposed to capital value rating, or are you... And often a lot of the submitters have said it's not so much the basis you're doing it; it's just the fact that rates are going up so much, and that's. So would it be?
I don't sit here from a philosophical basis. That very simply, rates are increasing.
It's too much.
Yeah. And the magnitude of the increase is more than de minimis. It's fairly significant.
So it's the quantum,
and we're not getting anything more for it. So, whether you're a pensioner or a corporate like Harvey Norman, you don't feel that you're getting your money's worth if you're just being charged more. What do you get for it?
Okay, thank you. I understand that. And secondly, in your comments, you say you talk about if a capital value system is adopted, you'd prefer that we moved away from...
Well, it is indeed a thought. I mean,
but that actually was
differentiated. Yeah. So the motivation for why you keep the same ratios is not... It seems like it's a hangover from the land value system. If you're going to go to a capital value based system and you're going to keep the same ratios, it's almost like you're kind of tied to the past. So.
Okay, sorry, that what my point was actually, if we do go to a capital value rated system, you say that you oppose the transition coming in over 10 years. So if, and I'm not predetermining that we will go to capital, but if we do go to capital, I'm surprised you oppose it. You'd rather get the whack in 1 year rather than having...
No, I mean, the benefit of tapering it, if you like, is a desirable thing. I think that might not have come through clearly.
So if we read that, you actually, if we go to capital, you'd prefer it transitioned?
Yes, indeed.
Thank you.
Councillor Pascoe?
Yes, a question, Jerome, you raised the point in your submission that Harvey Norman had paid $1 million in development contributions at the time.
That's what I understand, yes.
So it was $1 million for your property, or was that $1 million for the whole of the subdivision that was done at that time?
It may well have been for the whole subdivision, but our development was a turnkey at the time, so we purchased it from the developer, lock, stock and barrel, and a substantial part of that development, which really hasn't gone ahead yet, is still us and placemakers.
Right, because there's that whole street, isn't there, that runs down to where...
Boulevard,
yeah, the boulevard, which would have been where the million... Is that where the $1 million was?
I think Councillor Pascoe, he doesn't actually know, and he did say that. So,
The bulk of it, I understand, went in relation to the connectivity between the boulevard and indeed the state highway, because there's the roundabout that was put in there.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, any other questions? No? All right, thank you very much for coming along and also for articulating your point really clearly. It's really helpful for us.
Thank you, Julie.
Yeah, thank you. Right, the next speaker is Alan Bryce, and that's submission number 545. Hi, Alan, how are you? Right, so we've got a handout Alan's provided.
Yeah, the reason why I'm here is because I'm extremely concerned about this whole thing. And so I've given you a handout which includes my submission and kind of a guideline of what I'm going to say today, so that if I don't articulate it too well, you've got something in writing there. Okay, so...
Excuse me, Alan, is that additional to your submission?
It's just a basically I'm going to follow that today, and I might go off those notes slightly, that's all.
Okay.
So if you don't understand what I'm sort of saying, you can take that home and read it tonight.
Okay, thank you.
All right, off you go.
I'll put my glasses on so I can see what I'm doing here. Essentially, I'm personally happy to pay more rates if more money is needed by the council.
Thank you.
And in the proposal, it's sort of stated that Hamilton City Council would collect the same amount of total rates with the capital value rating system. So what I'm sort of thinking is that if the system isn't broken, why not leave it and don't try and fix something that's not broken? Okay. Now I attended the 3 public council meetings organised on the 14th, 21st and 26th of August, and there was approximately a total of 60 members of the public at these meetings. I also attended the ratepayers organised meeting on the 26th of August. Approximately 100 attendees were there, and these were mostly residents who have worked hard all their lives and now own a reasonably nice house and are now feeling betrayed by the council's proposal. I've heard of an analogy about this in one of the other submitters. I was really impressed by it. It's like paying for your bus ticket to get on a bus, go for a ride. Halfway through the ride, someone gets on the bus and says, look, to stay riding the bus, because you've got nice clothes on, you've got to pay more. So I thought that was a really good analogy. It's sort of like either get off the bus or pay more because you've got nice clothes on. I've personally spoken to quite a few or most of the councillors at these public meetings. The only ones who I have not spoken to personally was Councillor Margaret Forsyth, Andrew King, Angela O'Reilly and Ewan Wilson, so I've written them a letter as well instead of speaking to them personally. Also I noticed that Julie Haddock has stated on the 150th celebration of Hamilton on the 24th of August that Hamilton's economy is in very good shape and has a strong future. It looks good. Hamilton is one of the fastest growing places in New Zealand and the forecast is for more of the same. The next big challenge for Hamilton is how to manage the growth. This is a fantastic position for Hamilton to be in. What a shame it would be to stifle the growth of Hamilton by making a decision to change to a capital-based system. Many ratepayers have been informed that their rates will decrease slightly over the next 10 years if the proposal is adopted. So thinking about their own circumstances, they are happy for the change to capital-based rates. In spite of this, the City Council has received 468 written submissions opposed to the proposal. Ratepayers opposed to the proposal say the reason why they did not make a submission that have told me personally that they felt the decision to change to capital-based rating was a foregone conclusion, and so personally myself I do not believe this is true, so I'm here today to encourage the council to make a good decision. Now just over a week ago, last week on TV1, the Sunday program at 7 p.m, Mr. Ikwib, can't pronounce his first name, from New Zealand Institute of Economic Research spoke about New Zealand zombie towns, and I've also heard a bit about that on Prime television a month or so back. Hamilton is not one in this category at present, and the future is looking really good for Hamilton, but by charging extra rates when people make improvements to their properties may be a contributing factor to slow down Hamilton's forecast growth in the coming 10 to 15 years. I hope the Hamilton City Councillors will take note of the submissions opposing the proposal to change. I believe we should stay with land-based rating system and keep a point of difference from everywhere else in the country, and continue to attract and motivate people to live in Hamilton by encouraging development and improvement and growth, and to preserve for our children what we currently enjoy and preserve it for future generations. So thanks for the privilege.
All right, thank you for bringing that to us. So any questions? Yes, Councillor Gallagher.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for your decision. I just want to pick up around the elderly, because the evidence shows us that the elderly who live in the older suburbs and other areas, you know, relatively speaking, will you know, there's 50% go up, 50% go down. So there will be a number of elderly who will be actually paying a lot less rates. So I just, it's a situation of, I guess, of fairness.
Well, yeah, the way I see it is rates, we shouldn't charge rates to try and be fair. We all need to pay our contribution to make the city work. And if the elderly are living in an older area and the rates are going down, well, they're lucky. I guess that's why some of them aren't complaining and aren't going to make a submission about it.
I guess it'd be just a scenario, you know, we had a chat, I think, when we...
Yeah, we did. We had a good talk.
Say two properties, you know, capital value, 400 grand. One's got a larger section, Fruit Tree's old house, but they're worth the same, but the land underneath the house is worth more than the smaller section, but their use of services roughly is kind of similar, and yet the larger section gets...
So what's your question, Councillor Gallagher?
I'm talking about issues of equity.
But what's your question?
The issue of fairness and equity, that you have two people living in a similar situation. One has a slightly larger bit of land, potentially, and this potentially ends up pays more, but their total value of their property is the same.
So what's the question?
Questions around just notions of fairness.
Yeah, well, as far as rates go, it's never going to be fair to anybody. Right. Okay, so we all need to play our part and finish off what we agreed to pay when we started and bought the section. So what I think is unfair is once people have agreed to say, like, pay that bus ticket on the bus, it's very unfair to go halfway to, say, Auckland and say, I'm getting on the bus, I'm going to hold a gun to your head, if you don't get off the bus, you've got to pay fare again because you've got nice clothes on. That's unfair to me. No.
Without being at all witty.
Yeah.
Oh, you won't
You were
be.
told 10 years. You know, I guess I'm just going to then ask you, if council was minded to make the change, do you have a view on the transition, the 10-year transition?
I think it's a really good gesture from council. I think it's a great idea, but I think things can change over 10 years, and you can't foresee the future. You know, that's why I kind of think, well, if we had to change, it's a great idea, but I think it's not a great idea to change personally.
Okay,
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Mallett?
Thank you. Thanks, Alan. And I remember talking to you.
It was great.
Fiery meetings.
It was good fun. Yeah.
What we're trying to do today is not determine how much rates the city as a whole collects. It's how those, whatever the level of rates we have determined, how they're going to be collected.
Yeah.
And your discussion, you seem to touch on a couple of different bases for doing that. One is, do you think that rates should be based on the ability to pay?
No, I don't. I think rates should be based on what you agreed on when you signed up to buy that section. So,
Okay, and what should that agreement be based on? What's the rational? Because don't forget, you don't actually agree. The council tells you.
No, what I'm saying is when you sign to buy a property, you know what you're in for. So I think it's fair to allow that to proceed. But if all of a sudden the rules change and you didn't actually agree when you signed to buy your house to pay twice as many rates or whatever it is, then I think that's quite unfair to those people.
So a scenario where, because things always change, so a scenario where you bought a house, and I understand what you're saying, you know, you're talking about certainty, and people invest in a house or a building or a business, and this is their level of costs, and they want certainty over their costs. But if you as a homeowner, say, build a house and your rates are $2,000 a year, then you put in a swimming pool, so clearly your usage of city services increases, or you put on, you have children and your children grow up and they start driving cars and those sorts of things, and therefore you put in extra garages on your house, which is, all these things are represented in your capital value. What's the process whereby your property is now generating more usage of city services, and I think you'd agree that, you know, swimming pools and extra cars is more usage. What's the mechanism for the council justly in an honest and fair way, not putting a gun to you on the bus, but saying, hey, you're now using more services, could you mind paying a bit more? How else can we do it?
You can't, because that's what encourages people to improve the value of the properties and put swimming pools in. But at the moment, I can leave my tap running all day and all night long, and you guys don't know.
No,
see what I mean? So even though someone's got a swimming pool, he might use all that water. I can use as much water in a week without you guys knowing it. So that's not fair to you guys either, is it? So I can do the same thing to you.
It's never us. We don't pay for anything. It just comes through us and we take it out of your pocket.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is you can't control that. We've got no police actually stopping people overusing the services. So I think it's a really bad idea to say I don't get the services that I'm paying for, because everyone gets the same services. We all get fantastic services in this Hamilton city. You know, it's just, I think it's the best place to live. I was born here, and I think if you start to look at what's fair and who should pay more for what they get, then you're always never going to be right. You're never going to satisfy everyone.
Do you honestly think we all use the same amount of services?
No, we don't. No, of course not.
But you just said we did, didn't you?
No, what I'm saying is we all get the right to use as much as we like of the same. So I can flush the toilet 10 times a day, and someone else next door to me might flush it once. No one's going to charge me more rates for doing that, but I've got the opportunity and the freedom to do that in this country and in Hamilton. Whereas some cities, you have a water meter or whatever, you know. I think it's not a good idea to try and capture payment for services, because then all of a sudden someone's unfairly treated or overcharged for something they didn't think they used and all that sort of stuff, you know. I think we should be remaining a fair, well, not fair, but a free society where we all trust each other, you know.
All right.
Yeah.
Good luck with that.
Yeah. We do at the moment.
Good luck, mate.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot. Yeah.
Good. Next speaker is Mark Gibb, and it's submission number 623. Welcome back, Mark.
Thank you. I do have some additional material that
Right, we'll get that
asked to be
circulated.
handed out, please.
Yep.
So just whilst that is circulating, just a few introductory comments. You did hear from me earlier this morning, so I'll try not to repeat myself. Some of these issues are common to a number of ratepayers. I suppose Fonterra potentially does sit more clearly into a different category in respect of some of its land and uses. And so with me today is Mark Gibb, Fonterra's GM Property and Facilities Manager. And what I will ask him to do when I get to the appropriate place in these submissions is ask him to talk to some of the specific characteristics of Fonterra's use and land activities, because I think that is a key potential differentiating factor here. So, look, I don't need to read my 1.1 and 1.2. Obviously, this is of significant importance to Fonterra. The proposed change from a land value to capital value will increase Fonterra's rates from around 500,000 to 1 million per year, and that, of course, is over the transition period. And I think, just so it is clear, if the council were to move, Fonterra firmly supports that transition in over the 10-year period. Costs of that scale have the potential to impact on Fonterra's decisions as to future investment. Rates of that magnitude will be a disincentive to investment, particularly if other districts have a more encouraging environment for business. Now, of course, there's some sensitivity around what Fonterra may or may not do in the short to long term. But I suppose my submission is this is a real issue for someone like Fonterra in terms of where they make their investment decisions and the consequences that do follow that in terms of employment and growth within the district or region. Key points over the page. Further analysis in my submission is needed before the council can discharge its statutory duties, and I touched on that earlier. There is a compelling case, we say, for a specific differential or rating category to be applied to Fonterra's property, or potentially those having similar characteristics. At the very least, we say the matter needs to be considered further by the council. And I suppose if I can just pause there, we have had experience with other councils where they've been looking at making a major change. Waitakere, the City Council, was one in particular. They were looking to move to capital value.
They're now an Auckland super city, aren't they?
That's correct.
Which is legislative capital value.
Yes, but they were looking at that choice some years before the legislation mandated it. And they did receive a number of submissions from a wide range of parties, and the council there resolved to defer the decision and do some more work. Manukau City Council also went through a very similar process. It was looking at annual value rather than capital, and then ultimately, of course, with the legislation, they are now all on capital value.
Can I interrupt for 1 second, James? What are the properties, because we're all familiar with the Fonterra office block on London Street. Are we talking Te Rapa Dairy Factory as well?
Yes.
The factory? Is there any other significant?
So that is the
Those
most
two,
significant
That's the
property.
guts of it, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I think in terms of what can be differentiated, the dairy factory does have some very unique characteristics. Obviously, council's discretion to adopt a rating policy is not unlimited. It must act within its statutory powers and in a reasonable manner. Its discretion must be exercised to promote the policy and objectives of the relevant legislation, being the LGA and the Local Government Rating Act. The purpose, of course, is to promote social, economic, environmental and cultural well-being of communities through promoting efficient use of resources and sustainable development, and and this is, I do wish to emphasise, adopting transparent processes that enable full and informed participation by affected stakeholders. And obviously part of this submission process is part of that. Key purpose of the Rating Act to provide local authorities with flexible powers to set, assess and collect rates to fund local government activities in order to promote its purposes. It also seeks to ensure that rates are set in accordance with decisions that are made in a transparent and consultative manner. So there's a clear theme running through the legislation. I've emphasised already the need for the Council to show what it has considered in relation to each activity to be funded. Importantly, at 2.4, it must show how it has complied with those matters as well. And so that's another clear indication in the statutory scheme, the importance of the process and the way the Council makes its decisions and displays its reasoning. I don't need to take you over the grounds A to C. My top of page 3, I've covered that already this morning. Second half of 2.5, I accept that rates do not need to directly align with services received. And that would be an impossible task to get a very close match. But I do say they do need to be broadly proportionate to the demand or the benefits. And I do say it is inappropriate to treat rates simply as a tax on land that is unrelated to matters of demand and benefit. So the Council has identified a number of claimed or perceived benefits of capital value. That has been on a broad brush approach. Importantly, there's been no apparent analysis of how a capital value system apportions the costs of each activity to be funded to the identified rating sectors and how that relates to demand, benefit, etc., attributable to those sectors. And it's really that last part which in my submission is the key area where the Council just hasn't done enough work. There is information about how rates are apportioned between sectors, but not, at least not that we've seen, about how that in each case relates to demand and benefit. And I say without that analysis the Council cannot discharge its statutory duty, and that amounts to an error of law. D, and I've referenced this already, the acknowledgement that the Council has given to the abilities to have more rating sectors or different differentials. And make the point at E again, the Council is putting the burden on ratepayers to assess and promote those options. I say that's inappropriate. It is the Council that has the information and resources available to analyse the potential range of options and put them forward for consultation and consideration of ratepayers. Obviously, if an additional sector or differential is applied, then that will have consequences for other ratepayers who will not have had notice of that possibility. Another flaw, and this has been made by a number of submitters in the Council's approach, is its proposal to take the same amount of rates from each sector under the new capital value system. If capital value is truly a fairer system and a better proxy for demands and benefits, then consideration should have been given to applying it across the sectors, as that would mean a more proportionate allocation between the sectors. There appears to have been no consideration of this option, or what the consequences would be if there were to be some shift between the sectors. So the Council now has several options in front of it. It could proceed with capital value, more or less as proposed. It could introduce a new rating sector or differential for certain additional land uses, such as those which Fonterra puts its key land holding to. And you've heard from some of the retailers, shopping centres might be in another category as well. Or the Council could take stock, retain land value for the meantime,
while it undertakes the necessary analysis to inform its decision and discharge its duties. Unsurprisingly, Fonterra does not believe the Council should proceed with capital value at this time or in the current form or the policy. Option B could be possible, but I would expect the Council would need to do some significant work in a short period of time to develop that option. It would need to understand what ratepayer or land users should qualify for a separate sector or differential. Because obviously there is a matter of fairness here, and if the Council were persuaded to adopt a more sophisticated system, then it would be quite difficult to justify making only one exception or one or two exceptions. There may need to be some more work done. Should high capital value properties qualify? That would be a simple and transparent approach, the sort of the stepped differential approach. But where to set the thresholds could or would be difficult to determine. If any finer grained analysis is based on use, which uses should qualify? For the reasons summarised below and explained, will be explained more fully by Mr. Gibb, Fonterra considers there to be a case for its land and assets to qualify, but others might also make a compelling case. It's obviously not necessarily for Fonterra to identify others that might also have a case for differentiation. If a separate sector or differential is applied, reducing the rates to those relevant properties, the Council will need to understand the consequential effects on other ratepayers. There will be a redistribution of the rating burden, so some others will necessarily have to pay more. In respect of each activity to be funded, how do the existing proposed sectors and any new sectors or differential ratepayers fare when considered against the Section 101 critical filter? If this analysis has not been undertaken, it is likely to be a significant task. Just want to pause there. There's one additional issue that I don't record here, and that is the consequences for rating valuation challenges. Now, presently, in the rating valuation, it obviously already includes information about a property's capital value. But under a land value rating system, that hasn't had any substantial consequences, at least in terms of rates. So what we have seen elsewhere across the country is when these changes have been adopted, then there is a significant subsequent challenge to the rating valuations. Because of course, if a property is valued at $600 million capital value, but it could be debated and the value could be 10%, 20% less, then that suddenly becomes very significant in a capital value context. And issues around what might be plant, what might be machinery, the valuation methodology for properties becomes much more significant. Now, that's a...
Do you mind if I ask a question just there? Is that a matter for the Council or is that a matter for quotable value?
Yep. So, as I understand...
We have no mechanism for doing that, eh? Yeah.
So, it's an integral part of the rating system,
yeah.
Understanding how much capital value or land value there is and the consequences that for your policy. Now, I understand that QV essentially has the task on behalf of the Council for identifying land value. Objections that are made are ultimately heard by the Land Valuation Tribunal, but the Council can participate in that process, and certainly QV does. And of course the Council bears the consequences if there is a significant revaluation, which might mean that the Council suddenly doesn't have as much rating income as it thought it might, if a objection is ultimately successful.
Theoretically, it just balances out amongst everyone else, doesn't it? But is it because of the timing of a challenge? We've already sent the rating notices out to everyone. So if, for example, suddenly it turns out that Te Rapa Dairy Factory was grossly overvalued, we have no mechanism for clawing that back from other people, do we? Is that what
That's as I understand it.
Yeah.
The individual ratepayer would qualify for some remission on the basis of the redefined value, but the timing would be such that the council couldn't then recapture that.
I think the reality is we do have our rating staff member does know how it all works, Gary. I think the point you're making is that in your submission, capital value may lead to more challenges on the valuation done every 3 years as required by government on us. That's your point.
Yes,
really,
correct.
Yeah, okay.
So we do say the better response would be to retain land value, not necessarily for the long term, but so that the above and other questions can be properly taken into account. The council, I would say, would then be in a position to adopt a fair and equitable rating system which better recognises the land use, demand and benefit, and the level of services provided. So at this point, I do just want to hand over to Mark so he can explain the particular characteristics.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mark. How are you?
Good afternoon. Very good, thank you. So if I just direct you towards point 5, page 6 of the submission. Fonterra's key property in the council's district is a Te Rapa Dairy Factory. Just picking up on a comment earlier on, for the purposes of clarity, we have Te Rapa Dairy Factory, 80 London Street is our most significant corporate office within the city. We also have staff at 660 Victoria Street, 410 Victoria Street and 18 London Street. In terms of total headcount, it's around 700 in London Street and about a further 150 on those other sites. We also have a significant dry and cool store with rail linkage at Crawford Street. We have the CanPack site. Opposite Te Rapa Dairy Factory, we have a 75-hectare farm, and we also have a number of short-term lease properties in Hamilton, Simsey Street, Simsey Place, Barnet, and a number of 3PL sites in which we use for overflow dry storage over the peak of the season. So we are a significant owner and occupier within Hamilton. Back in respect of Te Rapa Dairy Factory, the property is unique and has a very high capital value, but a drawdown of benefit from council services funded by rates that is disproportionately lower and by a very significant margin than the capital value might imply. Significant plant with a very high capital value has been developed over many years at Te Rapa Dairy Factory. Plant includes, and I won't go through the specific descriptors behind these, we have a significant powder dry tower, cogeneration plant, cool stores. We also have a significant dry store on site. As a number of you may have seen, we are intending on building a 20,000 metre store adjacent to the main highway in the not too distant future. A number of laboratories, milk reception, and a number of storage silos. The total value of improvements at Te Rapa Dairy Factory is circa 818 million. The key elements within that would relate to, and this is based on our own numbers, a value of buildings at a replacement cost level of about 188 million. The balance is allocated over plant and machinery. Fonterra takes care of many of the matters at the site that council would ordinarily provide through rates such as water and wastewater, treatment and the disposal of refuse removal. Fonterra also has significant employment, approximately 885 staff at peak, which is around now. That number drops down to around 500 in the off-season. Again, for clarity, the plant shuts for 6 to 8 weeks through the winter period every season. While Fonterra accepts that its workers must travel to and from the site on roads maintained by council rates, the benefit of that also falls on those workers who are mostly residents of the district. Future investment. The council rating environment has been significant consideration in Fonterra's decisions to locate and continue to invest and expand its operations in Hamilton. The capital value system would be a disincentive to the expansion and development of business within the district generally, and potentially for Fonterra. As a bit more clarification around that, over the recent years we've worked very practically with Council to zone circa 20 hectares of Te Rapa farm for future expansion. Due to commercial sensitivities, I'm not in a position to go into where our thinking sits in relation to how we may use or when we may choose to look to develop that land into the future. But certainly I would say that the intent in relation to rezoning sends the Council a very strong signal of the opportunity that exists for Fonterra to expand its manufacturing operations in that area. Any decisions to expand are not just done based on rates, it's on a total cost to serve basis, but again I would say that in working up commercial assessments for these projects within New Zealand and globally, the total cost serve is an incredibly important issue for us obviously, and rates form a key part of that. Concluding remarks. In summary, Fonterra does not consider that the Council has done enough work to safely adopt a capital value rating policy. It has a unique asset base in the district. Those assets have a very high capital value to land value ratio and require and/or benefit from council services only to a limited extent. The safest course is to delay any change to properly consider and address these issues. And lastly, alternatively, Fonterra seeks the introduction of a rating category differential for assets bar land holdings like its own. Thank you.
Right, thanks very much for your written submission. There'll be some questions if I could start. And Mark, this is to you. So where else in New Zealand where you have a dairy factory site do they operate this sort of different category rating? Is there anywhere they do that?
I can't specifically answer. We're actually, we're actually going through a process of analysing the different rating categorisations across New Zealand at the moment.
Right.
We have 27 manufacturing sites. A number of those are in rural areas.
Yes.
And have quite unique rating structures. I would say a number of those are based on capital value.
Yep.
But the differential relative to total value of the asset is significantly different, and we do have a very wide and broad band of rates that we do pay throughout New Zealand.
Right, so you're having a look now just to see how that's all done.
Yep.
Okay. The site that you're on out at Te Rapa, that was in the Waikato District Council's area and has come into the city, and of course Waikato District Council rate on capital value rating. Did you go regularly to them to advocate for a change from capital value to land value or to the separate category? Have you been doing that regularly till you came into the city?
I cannot answer that question, I'm sorry. No, I don't know.
Okay. What proportion, you talked here about the total cost basis in terms of expansion and new cost, what portion is the rates of that?
It really
percentage
depends.
wise?
Yeah, look, it depends on the respective cost of a development. You know, our most significant developments throughout New Zealand at the moment, say if you look at Litchfield, that might be around $300 million. So there's obviously the capital cost component, and there's the operating cost to actually run the facilities.
Well, I'm sort of talking more about Te Rapa because the focus on Te Rapa dairy factories. What portion of the cost to operate out there is rates cost?
Again, I haven't got those numbers at hand. I'm sorry, I can't answer that question.
Okay.
You want to know what the rates are on the Te Rapa
the
dairy
proportion of it.
Typically, the way
percentage-wise, because we've heard a lot about that today.
Yeah, the way Fonterra tends to work is we generally run a consolidated model, the milk price model, in which we examine. We don't specifically break it down to EBIT or profitability per site. We don't look at a return on investment on an individual site basis.
Right, so you're looking across.
It's a basketed approach, correct? Yeah.
Okay. Is the increase in rates that you refer to on page 1, is that across all of your sites? Or is that just because this submission is very much focused on the Te Rapa dairy factory site? Is the 500 to 1 million over the 10 years implementation, is that across all your sites or just Te Rapa dairy factory?
Yeah, that's across all sites. Though I would note for clarity that excludes 660, 14 Vic Street, 18 London Street.
Excludes those?
Excludes those, and it also excludes the Crawford Street site, of which rates are paid by Kiwi Rail, and again, you're just getting a fix on those.
Right, so what does it cover then?
So it covers Te Rapa, it covers 80 London Street, it covers the farm, and it covers the Canpack site.
Okay. All right, thanks. Councillor McPherson.
Just following your first question, I know you have said you don't know whether Fonterra went to Waikato District Council asking for questions about the rating system, but do you know what the quantum of rates was at the end of that council's sort of stewardship versus ours?
Yeah, look, I'm sorry, I will have that information in the office, I just don't have it with me today.
Quite handy, I'd be
Yeah,
keen to
yeah,
see that.
yeah, absolutely, fair question, yeah.
Right, questions? Councillor Gallagher?
Yes, I mean, I think what we would like, because obviously you've acknowledged a number of your sites, I suspect most of your sites will be in a capital value environment based on the report.
Yes, yeah.
But I'd be really interested in terms of those sites in a capital value area, if there are any models in terms of the appropriate rating, you know, the differential or the rating structure, you know, given the size of the operation.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Yes, Councillor Coleman.
So you don't use any water supply from the city, is that correct?
We draw our water and return our water to the Waikato River from the site, correct.
Separate consent.
And the same with the wastewater?
We have our own wastewater plant on site, correct, yes.
Okay. So you use the roading system
Yes,
to
we do,
get your workers to and from, and your tankers around the city and
yes, correct.
those sort of things. What else do you use from the city then?
Well, that's ostensibly it, I suppose. If you look at water and wastewater, they are the main services. Certainly, we are a significant user of roads, especially over the peak.
Sure.
But other than that, we are fairly self-contained. We have our own cogeneration plant on site, so again, you know, we are very self-sufficient in that respect.
A few years ago there was talk that there may be a road running from the Te Rapa factory to the Crawford Street centre. Is that still a proposal at this point in time, or we've forgotten about that since the new expressway's gone in?
Yeah, it's certainly not on the agenda at the moment. There was some consideration given to creating a stronger linkage between Crawford Street and Te Rapa, though the intent by Fonterra to build a new ambience store on site to a degree takes the head off our demand issues in terms of storage. So the general view has been that we look to store that product on site as opposed to shipping it through Crawford Street.
Right, any other questions? Okay, so there's some information that we are interested to receive from you, particularly information you have on your alternate proposal. I think that
we'll
would
get
be
that together
helpful.
as soon as we can.
As soon as you can, that would be helpful. Look, thanks very much. And Mark, thanks very much for taking the time to come along and speak as well, personally. I think Council much appreciates that you've come personally to speak to the submission. So thanks very much.
Thank you.
Right, the final submission for today is Len Helms, and that's submission number 468. How are you, Len?
Very good, thank you.
Good news. Right, you're the last one for today.
Right. Yes, well, my name is Len Holmes and I live at 9 Hamilton Parade. This submission relates only to the residential part of the proposal, which I support. I should say at the outset that I would benefit from a change to a capital value-based system. We currently pay close to $6,000 per year in rates on an average size section, more than double the average for the city. Many are paying significantly more and all based solely on the location of the property, nothing else. There is no connection between value of land and services provided or used. And the following will illustrate this. Hamilton Parade and the eastern end of Ross Trevor Street along the riverbank, with an average land value of about $500,000, capital value $800,000. There are 25 properties occupied by 44 adults and 5 children. That's an average of just on 2 people per property. And I suspect Ann Street along the riverbank would be pretty much the same, with probably double the number of properties. And a significant number of the residents of these areas are superannuitants. Many of them are subsidising their children and grandchildren's rates and may even continue to do so with a capital-based system, but to a lesser extent. Locations such as these in the older established areas have houses that are a third to a half the value of the land they occupy, and the opposite exists in the newer areas of the city. Now, I note that Council proposed to phase in the change over 10 years. I would prefer this done over 5 years, as was proposed in the 2011 review. And I hope that this time Council will not fold at the slightest sign of opposition to this proposal as they did last time. There will be more submissions opposed, which is only natural, but don't forget 50% of the residents' rates will rise and 50% will fall. And in closing, I would like to read from part of Council's 2011 statement of proposal. Quote, "There is also little link between the value of someone's land and their ability to pay their rates. That is, a low-value house may have the same land value as a high-value house, but the income of the residents on the low-value house is likely to be much lower than the income of the residents of the high-value house." End quote. That statement is just as valid now as it was when your staff wrote it 3 years ago. It is time to come into line with most other jurisdictions in this country. Thank you for hearing my submission.
Thank you, Len, very much for that. Now, questions? Councillor Gallagher?
I suppose just, the counter, because obviously hear what you say.
Yeah.
That to have sort of everything based on land value then encourages, if you like, more intensive development of a particular plot of land. It incentivises higher density. Do you have a view on that?
Well, I think your zoning sort of controls that, doesn't it? If that's what you're getting at, I think. See, we're in, I think, what's called an RO zoning, which is a higher density area, and presumably that does influence our values a little bit, although I don't think any of the residents even realise that their zoning is not strictly a residential zoning.
Then the other thing is there'd be residentially part of town, possibly in the northeast, where you have smaller sections,
yep,
but higher, relative to the older part of town, larger sections, lower value houses. Using that analogy you said before, they're going to pay quite a. They could be up. Some could be up for quite a bit more. They are claiming that's unfair.
Yes, I can see their point of view, but as your own statement here from 2011 says, the incomes of the people in those areas are generally higher, and a system such as this is more like an income tax. Its ability to pay. Like I'm quite happy paying more than the average. I like living where I am. But I just fail to see why I should pay double to live there, two of us to live there.
And then the final thing was the argument for a 10-year transition, if you like, was, yes, I guess, making the blow a bit softer.
I realise that.
Yeah.
I realise that. I still would prefer to see it over 5 years, but then that's just a...
No,
yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mellor?
Thank you. Thanks for your submission. Is it your contention that generally, not always, but generally higher capital value properties, A, denote higher income, and B, denote, and I'm talking generally, not always, generally denote higher usage of services?
Yes, because as I pointed out, in our situation and probably several areas along the river or around the lake, there are people that have been there a long time. The families have left, their children have left, married and got families there, the ones that are living in Rotatuna, wherever, the new subdivision. So I think there would be more services per property being used in those areas.
Okay, thank you.
That's where the families are.
Thank you very much, Len. Okay, everyone, that's the end of the submissions for today, and then tomorrow we're reconvening at 1 o'clock and submissions start at 1:30 because we're dealing with annual plan at 1 o'clock.
Is this room going to be locked? Can we leave some of the gear here?
Yes, we can leave everything here so we don't have to take visits. Thank you very much for those members of the public that have come along.
Who's that?
We'll reconvene tomorrow at 1. Okay.